Yo, guys, hello, hello. God bless. Um, Hopefully we can get some guests in here. Um, get some good convos going. Let me pull up the YouTube chat real quick so I can pin this invite guest link. Um, yeah, let's go, bro.
Oh yeah, am I here?
Oh shoot! Wait, let me turn this down. There we go. All right, how we looking? Can you pull up the stream?
Who, me?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean?
Like pull up the YouTube stream. Take a
Wouldn't
full
it
camera.
echo if I do that?
Huh?
Wouldn't it echo if I do that? If I pull up the YouTube?
You could just like mute. Not just mute your mic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hopefully, I can get everything set up right. All right, let me do this real quick. Um, Hold on. Okay. Is my chat pulled up? Hmm. Make sure this is right. Um. Wait, are you in the live? All right, but let me add you as a mod. Um. Wait. So I just added you as mod. If you Can you copy that link that I sent you in the I think I just gave you mod. Oh, here we go. Yeah, if you copy that link that I sent you for the guest thing, I can pin it. Just like send in the chat. Should be able to. Actually, wait, I can do it myself. Never mind. There we go. All right, message is now pinned. Let's go. Now I'm just trying to make sure that I can figure out whether or not it's gonna lag on this end or like something. Okay. All right. What the heck? How's he done that? Wait. Oh. Here we go. There we go. All right. I think I should be good. I just gotta make sure this is set up right to where. Wait. Can you speak real quick? So let me see if I'm able to do this.
Wait. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
back.
All right. But there we go. Wait. Wait. Speak real quick.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. I think we got it. I just gotta make sure there's no like mic double up or anything, but seems to be good. All right, let me change the scene real quick. Okay. All right. Cheaper, I think. There we go. Yo, God bless over on the TikTok live. Yo, this is the first live we've done on YouTube as well. So we're multi-streaming today. Hopefully everything works out properly. Wait, let's see. Make sure everything's good here. What was I gonna say? Request if you guys have a contention with the prompt. Make sure. Wait, yo, Noel, can you go and check and see if the you can come up on the TikTok live if you want. Yo, Docky, what's good, bro? Wait, Docky, can you come up real quick? What's up?
Hello.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
I have a contention about the first prompt.
Okay, what's your contention?
When you say the Trinity is biblical, do you mean the Old and New Testaments or just the New Testament?
Both. Both the Old and New Testament.
Nice. Can you demonstrate the Trinity from the Old Testament?
What would be sufficient for you for the Trinity to be taught within the Old Testament?
Right. So the basic doctrine of Trinity, which is three persons and one God.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, we could just show. First, do you grant that the Holy Spirit is distinct from the Father within the Old Testament?
Within the Old Testament, yes.
Okay. Do you grant that the Holy Spirit's personal?
Okay, for the sake of argument, yes.
Okay. So we would just need to show that the angel of the Lord is God.
And Jesus?
Yeah. And Jesus, you said?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not necessitated.
Why not?
Yeah, because you said the basic doctrine of the Trinity is that God is three persons.
Yeah, so three persons. If you can prove the angel of the Lord is God, the Father is God, of course, and Jesus is God,
Yeah.
then that would be good.
Well, that wasn't the original burden. The original burden was God is three persons. That was the burden that you said I have in order to show the Trinity in the Old Testament. Now you're saying show that the angel of the Lord is Jesus. I mean,
No, I didn't say that.
we could show that, right? We could just show that the angel of the Lord says he's going to be pierced, right? In Zechariah 12. But the point is that specifically the burden that you, like, again, we hold to progressive revelation. So the burden that you said that I have is just showing that God is three persons.
So wait, how are you going to demonstrate that God's three persons? Are you going to outline all three
You already
persons?
said that the Holy Spirit is a distinct person from God, from the Father, right?
Yes, within the Old Testament.
Okay. So I mean, I don't really think I need to establish that the Holy Spirit's God. Do I need to do that?
No.
Okay. So you agree that the Holy Spirit's God, and you agree the Father's God. So you believe. So you're granting that the Old Testament is a Binitarian.
Yeah, Binitarian for now. And how about the Son, Jesus?
Okay. So all I have to show is that in Judges chapter 13, the angel of the Lord receives latria.
So is the angel of the Lord the Holy Spirit or Jesus?
The angel of the Lord is distinct from the Holy Spirit as well as the Father. I mean, I believe that the angel of the Lord is Jesus, but that wasn't the original burden.
If you want to say that there is three persons in the Trinity, I just need you to demonstrate three persons that are all God. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't need
I just
any
did.
specifics. Okay. So you have the Father.
Yeah, the Father, the angel of the Lord within the Old Testament, which is
Right,
seen
okay.
as distinct from the Father, and the angel of the Lord sends the Spirit as well. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the angel of the Lord receives latria in Judges chapter 3. I think it's Judges 6. It might be Judges 6, but let me see. Is it Judges? It's Judges 13, yeah. Yeah, Judges chapter 13, when Noah gives sacrifice to the angel of the Lord. So there you go. That's the Trinity in the Old Testament.
Is this limited to God only?
Is sacrifice limited to God only? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Sacrificing animals? Yeah.
You can't sacrifice animals to idols, for example.
Okay. Well, it says that Manoah says that he saw God. Are you saying that the angel of the Lord is an idol?
No, I'm saying you said sacrifice is limited to God. I'm saying, can you sacrifice to idols?
It's limited to God. Yes. Now, can you sacrifice to idols? That doesn't mean they're the true God. Yeah. But now the point is that if someone is sacrificing to someone, then they're worshiping that person as God. Do you agree? Whether or not they're the true God or not.
No, that wasn't what you said. You said that sacrifice is only for God. I'm saying you can sacrifice to idols.
That's true. Sacrifice is only given to someone who is being worshipped as God. Whether or not that person is the true God, or that being is the true God, or if it's just an idol, they're still reverencing and giving sacrificial worship to something they believe is God. That's just a non-point.
Nice. So when Noah sacrifices, does he say, "I sacrifice to you, God"?
I said Manoah in Judges chapter 13. We can. Do you know the passage or no?
Judges chapter 13. Yeah, you can pull it up.
Yeah, you know Judges 13.
I haven't read it for so long.
Okay.
I haven't read the Bible for a while, to be
Sure.
honest.
Let's pull it up. Judges 13.
Yeah.
So verse 16. And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, though you detain me, I will not eat your food. But if you offer a burnt offering, you must offer it to the Lord. For Manoah did not know he was the angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, what is your name? That when your words come to pass, we may honor you. The angel of the Lord said to him, why do you ask my name? Wonderful. So Manoah took the young goat with the grain offering and offered it upon the rock of to the Lord. And he did a wondrous thing while Manoah and his wife looked on. It happened as the flame went up toward heaven from the altar. The angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. So he's consuming the sacrifice. Okay? And it says, when Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell on their faces to the ground. The angel of the Lord appeared no more to Manoah and his wife. Then Manoah knew that he was the angel of the Lord. And Manoah said, we shall surely die because we have seen God. But his wife said to him, if the Lord had desired to unalive us, he would not have accepted a burnt offering and a grain offering from our hands, nor would he have shown us all these things, nor would he have told us such things as these at this time. So the only one that they saw is the angel of the Lord, right?
Yes.
So why is Manoah saying they saw God?
Yes, they believe that the angel of the Lord is God.
Okay. And the angel of the Lord is distinct from the Father and the Spirit, right? And there's only one God in
Yes.
the Old Testament.
Yeah, and is he Jesus?
That's not the burden that you asked for.
But like,
You said the burden that I had to show the Trinity in the Old Testament was that God is three persons. You just conceded that God is three persons.
I remember what I said. Don't worry, you don't have to remind me. But I'm saying, according to the Christian doctrine, before the New
Who the
Testament,
angel of the Lord is irrelevant to whether or not the doctrine of the Trinity is taught within the Old Testament. Because again, your burden that you said I have to provide is that God is three persons with the Old Testament. That's the sufficient condition to show the Trinity is taught within the Old Testament.
I want to push back on one point. Can you
Do you
believe?
concede that God is three persons in the Old Testament?
1 second. I want to push back on one aspect of your argument.
Sure.
Can you prove that the angel of the Lord is distinct from the Spirit and the Father?
Yeah, because the angel of the Lord sends this.
The angel of the Lord sends the Spirit.
Yeah.
So how do we know he's not the Father?
Because he says that he bears the name. Exodus chapter 20.
So bearing the name of the Father, that means he is not the Father.
Yeah, because it says that he says that the Father sent.
He says the Father sent him. Oh,
Yeah.
if you can show me then.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
We can go to Exodus 20. And this is the angel of the Lord. This is God speaking here. And it says, start at verse 18. You shall not offer blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until morning. First fruits of the land of your land you shall bring into the house of the Lord your God. You should not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to keep you in the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. But beware of him and obey his voice. Do not provoke him, for he will not pardon your transgressions. For my name is in him. This is the Father speaking.
Yep.
This is about. He says, "I send an angel." It's about the angel.
Yes. Wait. Keep reading.
Okay. So keep reading, you said. For my angel will
Yeah.
go before you and bring you into the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do according to their works. You shall utterly overthrow them and completely break down their sacred pillars.
So you shall serve
So you shall serve the Lord your God, and you will bless your bread and your water.
the
And
Lord your God. Who is the Lord your God here?
this is speaking about the Father here. What's the problem?
Right. So when he says,
You're
I'm
not.
gonna send.
That's just not responding to the point. What was the original?
Yes, I understand. Don't worry, I have memory. It's
So
fine.
what was
I'm
the
not
original?
exhausted.
What was the original point that I brought up this verse?
You brought up this verse to say that the Father sends the angel of the Lord.
Okay, and do you concede that point?
Do I concede that the Father sent the angel of the Lord? Yes. It's
Okay,
clear in the text.
so then the angel of the Lord is not the Father.
Yes.
Okay, so and the angel of the Lord is given latria.
Latria. Where is that?
Huh?
And is that only exclusive to God?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive that latria is exclusive to God.
Okay. Show me when he's given latria.
Yeah, I just did. He's given sacrifice. Latria means sacrificial worship.
Yes, I know.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
and
I
when
just showed you that. You just conceded that he was given sacrifice. I don't know why you're going back on that point.
slow down. So you have three persons here. Yes. Now, was the doctrine of the three persons established?
Was the doctrine of the three persons established? That doesn't matter.
Was it though?
Huh? What do you establish?
Was
What
it?
do you mean by established? I don't know what you mean by that.
At the time of the Old Testament, did the people believe in three persons?
Yeah, I believe Moses believed in three persons. Yeah.
They believed in three persons?
Yeah.
Which, can you demonstrate one group that held to three persons before the formalization of the Trinity?
Yeah, Moses.
All the patriarchs.
And the patriarchs.
One second, Ethnos, please.
I
Go ahead.
just showed you how Manoah is a Trinitarian, as well as Moses.
Group of people.
Yo, Arrow, your small screen. You gotta enlarge yourself.
Am I small screen?
Yeah.
Wait, is this better?
Well, no, I mean in the sense of like it's made a multiplicity of boxes, and yeah, it doesn't show it like. Well, I mean, I can see you in a box, like a small box.
Okay.
Like you know, what I'm talking about where it shows 9 boxes in a row.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, that's better.
It's. I don't know. I don't know if like the people down below are seeing something.
Okay, wait. I think it's
The prompt is visible. It is visible.
Okay.
It's just that it's that type where it's three boxes.
That's weird.
It's not.
Oh, I think it's just your end, to be honest. Then.
Is it? Oh, okay. Well, I'm cooked. The Jews got me.
Yo, chill.
Oof.
Crazy, bro.
That's messed up.
All right. So, do you concede that God is three persons within the Old Testament?
Do I concede that God is three persons according to the Old Testament?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. God bless.
Yo, GG's.
Same guy that said he has many gods yesterday, by the way.
He said he has many gods?
Yeah. He's Muslim.
Yo, GG's. Oh, my days.
I'm finally set up the YouTube live.
You're live on YouTube right now?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Made a bunch of people unhappy. I changed my profile picture to Bishop Williamson,
I'm dead.
the twice excommunicated bishop. He was so base.
So true. Doc, yeah, I might start making shorts, bro.
Yeah, do you hold the DCT?
No.
No?
Yeah, I don't. DCT's horrible.
Yeah.
DCT
Some
is
guy-
like DCT is like it's got to be the most like it's like the most embarrassing ethical framework. It's literally just prescriptivism. It's just it's non-cognitivism. I don't know why any Christian would like commit themselves to holding to non-cognitivism. But
Yeah.
then they just like arbitrarily say that, okay, because it's grounded within God's mind, then therefore like it's objective. But it doesn't change the fact, or it's then therefore it's universal. They say, but that doesn't change the fact that it's not truth apt.
Hmm. Yeah, we had a guy come up on my live last night that was like just picking and choosing. But it was kind of crazy. Every time we were giving him an answer, he just kept saying that's DCT, and we were like, it's not. Here, give me one server.
Yeah, DCT is horrendous. Yeah, it's just like they literally will concede that they're prescriptivist. They'll concede that they hold you know, that they hold to like non-cog, and then they'll say morality is objective. It's like, how does that work? Objective statements that are not truth apt. It's just word salad. Yo, Eben, my goat, what's good, bro? Alright, bro, what the heck is that guy's username? Lord have mercy on your soul, bro.
This kid, sorry, I had a customer. So this kid comes in my live and he's like, okay, like, do you hold to objective morality? The obvious answer is yes. He said, is there any propositional truth of morality that we could agree on is always going to be the case? And he said, like, is unaliving children always going to be wrong morally? Right? And like, well, how would you answer that? I said no.
You said unaliving children?
Yeah, he said unaliving children. He said, can we agree that unaliving children in every case is always wrong
No,
morally?
obviously not. That's just gibberish.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah. So then, when he says that, what would your response be to justify the position?
I would just hold to virtue ethics.
Is there any specific form of virtue ethics?
Gregory of Nyssa's articulation of virtue ethics is very good.
Gregory of Nyssa?
If you read like the life of Moses and stuff like that, he goes over virtue ethics pretty well. In there, but he kind of takes it from like Aristotle and stuff. Yo, why is this guy just spamming the live?
Yo.
I'm about to just block him. Like, Lord have mercy, bro. Like, do you see his username?
Which one is it?
Look at the guy that keeps sharing the live. Look at his username.
Oh, yeah, block that.
Yeah, I did. It's disgusting, bro.
Yeah, I do need to work on my the ethical argumentations though, because I stinted it at the position that like I can't arbitrarily like define what God ought to do when God is that definitive notion of creating like natural law. So as long as it does not contradict natural law, which is instituted by God, then therefore it would follow that it's not going to be morally wrong in all situations.
I mean, usually my arguments I would just give is like, obviously I don't hold to like an absolutist framework about ethics. So I mean, that's the one thing. But then the other thing I would say is when we say that God does something, it's going to be good given its greater end. Right, that's what virtue ethics is speaking about. It's talking about
as long as it doesn't negate the telos of a thing or
right, yeah.
Okay, that's what you mean.
Usually, yeah. So like what virtue is something that leads to the greatest good. That's what virtue is. So if I say like an action is going to be virtuous or an action is good, that's going to be insofar as me saying that it's going to be insofar as it leads to greater unity with God. So like if you take like an example where these people are unalived in the Old Testament, like the Amalekites, right? The greater end of that would be that the children will no longer be experiencing like these torment, they're no longer going to be sacrificed, right? So there's going to be a lesser privation. But
That makes sense.
yeah. What's
Yeah,
up, bro?
can you hear me?
Yeah,
This guy's a hoot.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about Isaiah 42, if that's fine.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to argue that Muhammad is prophesied in there, and as the Bible is both endorsing him by prophesizing him, and it also
Wait, what
contradicts him.
passage are you referring to? Isaiah 42?
Yeah, 1 to 17.
Oh, Lord. Oh, my days. Alright, so do you think Muhammad's prophesied in the Old Testament?
Yes.
Does Muhammad teach the same God as the Old Testament?
Yeah, so that's assuming the uncorrupted nature of the Old Testament.
Okay, so if the Old Testament's corrupted, how do you know this is a true prophecy?
Yeah, so I'm using it as an argument against the Bible. I'm not using it necessarily
Okay,
to prove
do you believe
Islam
this is a true
as
prophecy?
Hmm?
Okay, how
Yeah,
do you
so
know it's a
I'm
true
in-
prophecy if you believe the Bible's corrupted?
So you didn't even let me answer, and you just assumed that
You
I
said
yes.
mhm.
No, I didn't. I was just about
Ethos,
to
did you not just say mhm?
That's what I
Swear
heard.
to God, I didn't.
That's what I
Yeah,
heard.
he said, yeah, he said it.
Okay, do you believe
Okay, so
do you believe
yeah, so
do you believe okay, I'm gonna ask you again. Do you believe this is a true prophecy?
a case could be made that because fulfillment necessitates that it comes from the divine, as only true prophecy can come from the divine. Therefore, this does come from the divine. Somebody could make that argument, but I don't even have to grant that. Like, I can make an argument that either it has true fulfillment, and that must be with Muhammad as he was the first fulfillment, and I can argue that the first fulfillment must be the true fulfillment, as otherwise it would render prophecy meaningless.
The first fulfillment must be the true fulfillment?
Yeah, I
How
can
does
argue
that
that.
follow?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yes.
How does that follow?
Wait, let me open up Isaiah 42.
Well, you just said yes, of course. I'm asking how does that follow? Now you're going to the verse.
Yeah, okay. So we can argue that the first fulfillment must be the true fulfillment because if we allow for fulfillment, for another fulfillment to override the first fulfillment, then there's no logical reason
That's
why
begging the
another fulfillment can override the second fulfillment,
begging
and
the
so on and
question.
so forth, and it would cause an infinite regress.
That's just begging the question. Look, we're not saying that.
Yeah, prove it.
Look, when you say that something's the first fulfillment, you're assuming that just because something meets the criteria of a prophecy, that means it fulfills the prophecy. That's not what prophecy is.
No, so a prophecy has sufficiently specific markers.
Okay,
and
wait.
when those
So just to be
markers,
clear, if someone meets the conditions of a criteria by which it's a prophecy, that means they fulfill the prophecy.
yeah.
Okay, so that's all the criteria is. It's not about the end in which God has foreknown and predestined, specifically about a specific individual or specific state when it comes to prophecies. It's just about someone meeting a criteria.
Yeah, because otherwise it'd render prophecy as being meaningless, as we...
Wait, so God having an end for prophecy, which is referring to a specific individual or event, rather than just a mere criteria, would render prophecy meaningless?
Yeah, and if you'd let
What?
me explain why, I would. Yeah, if
yeah,
you'd
you
let me
got it.
explain
Go
why.
ahead.
Bro, what is this?
You got
What
it,
is
bro.
this,
Go
bro?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
as I already explained, if we allow for, let me put it in, like, terms. Okay, if we allow for fulfillment B to override fulfillment A, then there's no logical reason why fulfillment C couldn't override fulfillment B, and that would create a infinite regress.
You're
an
restating the
infinite-
same argument. So now look, you didn't
Yeah,
say
and
anything
you haven't
new.
talked
So,
about it.
no.
You haven't touched on
So
it.
I already responded because what you mean by fulfillment, I don't grant. Because all you mean by fulfillment is someone meeting a criteria. When I speak
Yeah.
about when I say that God prophesied an event, I'm saying that God has a specific end by which he's referring to something. He's referring to something that's going to happen. He's not just talking about some like criteria that he sets up and whatever meets this criteria, then therefore this is the prophecy. That's just like open theism or something. Like I don't like why in the world would I hold to that?
Yeah, so your definition of prophecy would lead to prophecy never being a sufficient independent methodology of affirming a prophet's prophethood.
What? How does that follow?
He's
Yeah.
yapping.
Yeah, so as a prophecy has markers which we can tell who
Okay, so
fulfills it.
that's not what I said. Did I say criteria? I said did I say that prophecies don't have criteria? Just to be clear.
What are you talking about? Of course not.
Okay, so what are you yapping about?
Yeah, so you're saying that a prophecy, even if somebody fulfills it at first, it doesn't
Well, no, that's
necessitate
not what I
that
said. No, I'm
bro,
rejecting your
let
That's
me
what you
finish.
definition.
said. That
No,
is what you said.
look, I'm rejecting your
You didn't even let me
definition of
finish.
fulfillment.
Yeah, okay, what would you be your
Okay.
definition of
Yeah,
fulfillment
I
then?
think fulfillment is that which God intended beforehand about a prophecy when he's referring to a specific event, time period, or individual or set of individuals, that he has an end of the prophecy. It's not just a mere criteria, which you defined fulfillment of a prophecy is just a criteria. You said that's literally what you said. You said it's just meeting the criteria.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Watch this. So, can a prophecy in the Old Testament serve as independent reasoning for us to accept Jesus as the Messiah? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if he doesn't wait, let me formulate this. If he doesn't if somebody could fulfill this before him, then how can we tell that he's not the true fulfillment?
I don't
Why can't we just say that somebody after him is going to fulfill this?
Yeah, so I don't think you're paying attention, right? So we would then just like speak about a set of prophecies, right? When I say Jesus is the Messiah, I don't base Christ being the Messiah off of one specific prophecy. I base it off of the set of prophecies that he meets the criterias of.
So does Jesus fulfill the criterions of having a kingdom, a physical kingdom,
He's going to, yeah.
defeating physically the Roman Empire? Does he
Do
fulfill
you
that?
What? What did you ask?
Like Revelation says he
Wait,
would.
Do you think that we believe that the Roman Empire is going to come back?
Yeah, yeah, I've heard some people like postulate that.
Okay, yeah, that's our
Yeah,
position.
but that's not our view necessarily. That's
Yeah,
like
about-
some low tier. That's some low tier like Protestant BS or something. I don't know.
What do you think
Yeah,
it's going
about
to be?
there being
America?
a like on the dragon some like a
Yeah.
injury, and then the people saying that he'll certainly die from this, but then he comes back or something like that. I've heard some people argue via that.
I don't even.
Ira, do you know what
what
he's talking about?
I don't even know what.
Yeah, I
he
can
just
pull up
said.
the
Yeah.
verse in Revelations.
No, I said I don't even.
Are you talking about when he fights the
Look,
dragon?
you're going off
Like-
track. Look. So I'm talking about again. Now you're shifting the burden to saying, how do you prove that Jesus is a true prophet if he doesn't fulfill the criteria of some a prophecy that you're referencing? Well, I mean,
Yeah, because
first
otherwise
we'd
it'd
have to go
be-
through it.
Yeah, yep.
One thing is we have to know that just because there's a set of prophecies within the Old Testament doesn't mean they have to be exhausted within the first coming of Christ. So just because an individual has yet to fulfill a prophecy, that doesn't invalidate their prophethood. Do you think that's the case?
No, but because
thank you.
from a
Thank you. So
naturalistic
that's just a
if
concession.
we're not wait, if we're not, no, it isn't.
Yeah, it
No,
does.
if we don't assume Christianity, then Jesus naturalistically he died.
That's
He
not
can't
assuming
fulfill a prophecy.
Christianity.
Wait, bro,
We're not
are you gonna
assuming
let me
Christianity.
finish? Yeah. Okay. So without assuming Christianity, then we would have no independent methodology in order to tell if Jesus will come back without assuming Christianity and there is a second coming.
Well, no. What you're speaking about is if there's an individual that does not fulfill a prophecy, right? And let's say Christ died. If we use the criteria of the Old Testament, if we're basing certain things, it wouldn't invalidate Christ's prophet. We're not assuming Christianity. We're just saying this prophecy has yet to be fulfilled. Now, if you say it's more you could say if you don't assume Christianity, you might not have some reason for Christ returning, which we could just like go over that, right? But that's different than saying that this would therefore invalidate Christ's prophethood. Because I think you're confused here because when you say that, like in your paradigm, you believe Christ is going to return, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So when you say Christ is going to return, is there certain prophecies when Christ went to heaven that he did not fulfill yet?
From an Old Testament perspective, then Arguably, yeah.
No, I'm asking about
like
your
Micah 5.
paradigm.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just because he didn't fulfill them in his first coming, does that invalidate his prophethood?
Yeah, so that would only work if we assumed that the Old
That's not
Testament
answering
is
my
uncorrupted
question.
in nature. Yeah, because that's a non sequitur.
No.
Non sequitur.
There wasn't a conclusion.
Bro, you're assuming that the Old Testament.
What do you think a non
contains
sequitur is?
Wait, oh my god. Are you gonna let me finish?
What do you
no?
think a non sequitur is?
Can I finish first and then?
Can you
I'll
tell me what you
explain?
think a non sequitur is?
Bro, if you're not gonna let me speak, then I
Well,
can't.
if your point is that something's a non sequitur, and then you're going to continue the point by then responding to this quote unquote non sequitur, I want you to show me how it's a non sequitur. What do you think a non sequitur is?
Yeah, so a non sequitur. I'm gonna explain afterwards. So okay.
No, you're gonna explain it. You're gonna no. So
yeah,
you
non
made the
sequitur
claim
is
that
just
it's a non
something which
sequitur.
doesn't follow from from the premises. It doesn't follow.
Okay, so what is it? Is it the conclusion doesn't follow, or is it the material conditional doesn't? The consequent of the material conditional doesn't follow.
Yeah, it's the conclusion.
Thank
or
you.
the statement.
So when did I provide a conclusion?
Yeah, I meant a red herring, like the logical fallacy when you.
Okay, so was it a red herring or a non sequitur?
Hmm?
Was it a red herring or a
Sorry?
non sequitur?
Yeah, I'm trying to say the one which you're postulating that there are only two possible answers. I forgot the name of it. Yeah, you're
That's
postulating
neither
that
of
it's
the
either
things
yes
that
or
I just
no.
said.
No,
That's
you're
a
postulating that
false
it's either
dichotomy.
yes or no.
That's a false dichotomy.
Are you talking about a false dichotomy?
Yeah, false dichotomy. Sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Wait, how did I provide anything that was a false dichotomy? I didn't provide a dichotomy.
Yeah, so you said does he or does he not fulfill the
What? No,
what
I
did you
didn't.
say? What was your question then?
I said, okay, just because he does not fulfill a prophecy within his first coming, does that mean that his prophethood is then invalidated?
No, not necessarily. That doesn't follow. Yeah.
Thank you. Exactly. So what I said
What without because
not
I
a
have
false
independent because I have independent justification to believe in Islam. Otherwise, he would.
Okay, what?
Yes. What? What are you on about?
I don't think you're paying attention. Now look. So again, the point is that when you say, "Oh, Isaiah 42 is not yet to be fulfilled within Christianity," right? And you're granting Christ is going to return.
No, that wasn't my argument. That
One
wasn't my
second.
argument. I was gonna say that he doesn't fulfill the criterions because he fails one.
Okay, which one does he fail?
Yeah, so Isaiah 42 verse 2 says, Lo yis'ak wa lo yis'a. So he will not cry out, nor will he shout out. We see that Jesus, according to Psalm 22, which you believe is truly prophetic, he says, I cry out day and night. The crying here
Wow,
is the
this is
same kind of
embarrassing.
crying. Bro, can I finish?
How do you know this is about the same context?
Yeah, perfect. So the word for cry out in the Hebrew for Isaiah 42 verse 2 is yis'ak. Yis'ak
Is that what I asked
generally
you?
mean. Bro, if you'd let me finish,
Is that what
I'd
I asked
explain
you?
it.
You telling me what the Hebrew word is doesn't tell me the context of the passage.
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna explain. I'm explaining the immediate context. The immediate context is our crying for grief or distress.
Okay, what's the
That's how it's-
context of the prophecy?
The context is in what sense?
The context
Immediate
of the
or what?
prophecy. What do you mean in what sense? What
Yeah,
is the
in what
prophecy
sense,
about?
The immediate. Yeah, it's about a servant to come who will establish mishpat al-goyim, the justice for the goyim, the islands will wait for his Torah, etc.
Okay. So in the Christian paradigm, this would be speaking about the second coming, right?
Yeah.
So how is this a relevant context to Psalms 22 at
Yeah,
all?
Yeah, because Psalm 22 says that the individual in Psalm 22 cries out day and night in grief.
Okay, so in verse 2, where does it say that he has never cried out before? Where does it say that?
It says he will not cry out.
So it's speaking about a specific event in which he does not cry out, right?
What? So he will cry out.
He did cry out in a different sense.
Yeah, I know there
Is it
are
about the
different
same
senses in the
event?
word crying out. However, we can tell what the correct
Okay.
sense is based on the linguistic context
Okay,
and
so I'm gonna just show you how embarrassing this is. I'm gonna mute you because you're not paying attention. Is Isaiah 42 the same context as Psalm 22?
No.
Thank you. Get off my panel. What, bro? He will not cry
So
out means
bad.
he never cried out.
Yeah, he'll never cry out.
Like, it's just embarrassing, bro. Like, I don't know.
It's sad, bro.
Dude, just like
Like
45
it's like his
different,
argument was that his argument was that Jesus didn't fulfill that part of the prophecy. So then then it has to be Muhammad. That's probably his argument.
therefore it's Muhammad.
Once. Yeah.
He didn't cry out, therefore it's Muhammad. Yo, is that C4?
Yeah, what's up?
Hmm?
Yeah, what's up?
What's good, bro?
I'm not like an op. I'm just.
Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Did you have like anything to ask?
I mean, if you guys are gonna like debate people, I could probably help.
I don't want like too many people on the panel right now.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just head out.
Yeah, you can chill in the comments though if you want.
Alright, see ya.
Yeah, God bless, man.
Or are you trying to make it to the big leagues
I am,
in
I am.
apologetics? For real?
Yeah, I'm live on YouTube right now.
Nice.
Yeah,
Wait, how many people you have on YouTube? I'm on YouTube right now.
Let me see. How many do I have? I think I have like 2 right now.
What?
So I think I have like 2 right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Somebody said Arrow the off-brand Nick. Yo, Nick is my son. That guy says God is a rigid designator, not a rigid designator. One more time, I swear I'm gonna hurt him.
You're gonna hurt him?
Nah, like figuratively.
Oh, okay.
Like that's actually like that's just a rejection of divine simplicity, bro. People gotta stop saying that. Stop saying God's not a rigid designator. Everyone, look, this is educational, okay? For everyone in the live right now, God is a rigid designator. Stop saying God is not a rigid designator. God's a rigid designator. Rigid designation and univocity are not the same thing. Stop using them synonymously, please. If a Muslim asks you, how many gods died on the cross, your response should not be, God is not a rigid designator. Okay? Look, a rigid designator is specifically a term that designates the same object in all possible worlds. Okay? So when we say that God is one object, that's just saying he's one entity. That's all we're saying. So when you say that like God's not a rigid designator, they're just using it like synonymously with univocity or something, which is just like, it's just not true. Now shout out Nick though for, yo, I had just said God is, yeah, God is an object, yeah. What's the problem with me saying that? I had. Wait, is Allah not an object, I had? Insane. Yo, Ahad's God doesn't have a referent, bro. When he says Allah, there's no referent. GG's. He's a subject, not an object. Yo, you're an embarrassment, bro. Like, just
That's something that.
just give it up, man. Yo, I had just conceded his God's not a referent, bro.
Yes. When he says God, he just means whatever, bro.
No, it's just there's just no referent. GG's. Dude really just said he's a subject, not an object. Yo, what's good, Andrew? Let me make sure I put a limit around this.
Hey, Aaron, I gotta go now. I'm gonna go shower.
Yeah, no problem, bro. You stink, bro. Go shower. God bless. Bro, how is there 30 viewers and no one requesting, bro? This is insane. Cool.
I am the devil, and you're all going to die in 30 days.
You're really cool, bro. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, that dude's manifesting.
Mm.
Do you keep the 10 Commandments?
Yeah, I try to, yeah.
You try to.
Yeah.
Are they suggestion or are they commandments?
So when I say I try to, that just means that I fail in doing so sometimes. Like, do you think you're
What? Okay. Well, here's the thing. 8 of the 10 is literally not doing something. So do you have a problem with killing someone, with lying, with
I don't think
sticking your dick in places it doesn't belong, with...
Lord have mercy.
Alhamdulillah.
My standard for the 10 Commandments is the standard that Christ sets up. And all of the acts of the intellect in those examples you just provided are equivalent to failing the 10 Commandments, as Jesus says. So when I say that, I try to keep the 10 Commandments, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that I've unalived someone or like I robbed a bank last week or something.
This guy said God is an object? He's a subject, not an object.
Yeah, Ahad's actually slow, bro. His God's not a referent.
Yeah, that's crazy.
His God doesn't exist. He's just intentional. He's just, yeah.
What is the person subsistent?
Yo, when you use the term Allah, it doesn't refer to any object in reality. That's unbelievable. Yeah, you know what, bro? Like, I can see your God's not, Allah's not an object. I can see.
Yeah. We don't worship the same God then.
Huh?
So him and I don't worship the same God then.
Yeah.
GG.
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. It's just they're confused.
Yeah.
If
100%.
morals come from God, then morals are subjective. That just doesn't follow.
Have you ever heard of some like oddball view where someone says like objective subjective morality in the sense to where God is that which is objective, but it's man's intellect which reconciles through reasoning, which he considers subjectively, where it's
objective subjective morality?
yeah, some idiot Calvinist brought this up. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
Well, that's just like gibberish, because when you say you hold to like objective or subjective morality, that's a meta-ethical view that doesn't have anything to do with like normative frameworks. So
Yeah.
when he says that, like, he holds to subjective and objective morality. He's literally saying he's a realist and an anti-realist
Mm-hmm.
at the same time in the same sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a weird deal. I mean, bro was just yapping, to be fair.
Yeah, that is really weird. That's quite weird for sure.
Bro, you got this quote-unquote Rocore guy in the bottom here. He came on my live a while back, yapping. No, not this guy. This Valley Firehawk. He cried like a child and started reporting me in my live.
Yeah, okay, what's going on now?
So would you say morality is objective or subjective?
It's objective.
Objective.
Yeah.
Right. And you would say that you get your objective morality from God.
Yeah, objective morality is grounded in God's nature.
Yeah. Does God have a mind?
God's nature is not a mind.
That's not what I asked.
God
I said,
has a
does he have a mind?
Yeah, God has
He has a mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does subjective mean?
Stance dependent.
Got you. And so if it stands dependent on God's judgment, that would make it subjective, not objective.
Well, that's divine command theory, so like that's just like a blunder. So again,
So cool.
So I'll tell you I'll tell you why that's a blunder. So specifically when you say that when I say that objective morality is grounded in God, the reason I say that God is the source of morality is because he's the ultimate good, because he's identical with goodness itself. And
Okay,
when I say that God is the standard for morality, I'm not saying it's merely just the stances he holds. It's because he's the highest telos. He's the greatest telos. And that's what I mean when I say that God is the ultimate good, or God is the grounding for morality. Because we have this objective meaning of goodness, and it's grounded in God himself. This is the argument from gradation that Aquinas gives. Right? He says that when we speak about like beauty or something, right, there's always a gradation, right? Anything with a gradation, we can speak of it as we're indexing it to a higher end, right? So there must be some ultimate higher end by which that thing is grounded, and this is what we mean by God, right? God is the one who is the ultimate grounding for teleology.
Well, that was just an argument from ignorance right there. You just said it must be. Can you demonstrate that?
Bro, you're just, that was not an argument for ignorance.
You just said it must be.
How is it an argument from ignorance then?
Because you're just saying that it should be. There's no other way that it could possibly be.
What do you think must means?
You're asserting that it is with no demonstration that it is.
That's what must means?
You just said it must be from God. Did you not?
That's not what I know.
Oh my gosh. All right, cool. So what makes God good? What makes God good?
The fact that he's the ultimate end.
What does that mean?
You came out talking about morality. You don't know what that means?
I'm asking you. You just said it's the ultimate. What does that mean?
Yeah, God is the ultimate end.
So when God commands to have innocent people unalive, is that just?
I don't believe that anyone's innocent.
No one's innocent? I mean, the Bible says people are innocent.
Who?
When David took the census.
When David did what?
David took the census.
When David
and then God,
okay.
The census.
Okay.
And God unalive, was it 700,000 or 70,000 people? Innocent people?
Where does it say they were innocent?
David even says that they were innocent. He says that they were sheep. They did nothing wrong.
Okay, well, that's just not... Everyone does something wrong. It's literally what David says the same thing in Psalm 51. He says everyone's conceived in iniquity.
So, again, you're proclaiming... You're saying that was Job not innocent?
Job was not innocent in a sense, yeah.
And not in it. The Bible clearly states that he was upright and blameless. Can you tell me a sin that Job did?
It doesn't matter. He's born with original sin.
He was upright and blameless. He prayed constantly to avoid his children of being sinful or anything. Okay. So you're just asserting.
I'm asserting he was born of original sin?
Who told you about original sin? Paul, correct?
No.
No, you just quoted Psalms 51, dude. The verse literally substantiates the position that individuals are born into a privational state.
And who's
But
talking there?
David.
Yeah, David, the one that you're picking out. So even David, you're contradicting David.
I'm not contradicting David.
So we're not saying when he's saying that someone is ignorant or innocent, he's saying they're innocent in a specific sense. He's not saying they're innocent simpliciter. Right? Like if I say if someone is innocent of unalivement, that doesn't mean I'm saying that they're innocent in like morally. I'm just saying they're innocent in that regard.
I'm talking about the action. So in scenario, there's countless scenarios when Achan steals and his family is unalive. They didn't commit a crime.
Okay, so I don't
In
think
the Bible,
I don't think you're paying attention here.
I'm paying attention. You
So
just don't want to address what I'm saying.
When I say that it's just for God to unalive someone, I'm saying that by virtue of this, saying that this person is not morally innocent.
And how are you asserting that?
Because they're privated of the good.
You're just asserting shit with no kind of demonstration.
I already showed you that from Psalm 51.
You can't even tell me what action Achan's family did. They were punished for his
original sin isn't an action.
What was Achan punished for?
What was who?
Achan.
Wait, can you say that again?
Achan.
I can't hear
you. Achan in the book of Joshua.
I mean, I don't see how this is responding to the point. What's the relevance?
It's the relevance is that God punishes unjust people. He's unjust. He punishes innocent people. The Bible clearly tells you that
So what's your justification? They're morally innocent, according to the biblical narrative.
Because they didn't commit the sin. The father committed the sin.
I said morally innocent.
You gonna listen?
Yeah. Do you care to listen to my question?
The father committed the sin.
I said morally innocent. So do you know what moral innocence is?
Can you address what I said?
Do you know what moral innocence is?
Can you address what I said?
Can you answer the question? I'm about to just drop you. You're being a bot. Do you know what moral innocence is?
Yep.
Okay, what is moral innocence?
Basically, a person that doesn't commit the crime.
No, not at all. Moral innocence is someone that is perfect. That's what moral innocence is.
Why did I just say someone that did not commit the crime?
That's not what moral innocence is. That's innocence in a specific regard. That's being innocent of a specific action, right? But moral one second. Moral innocence is someone never committing any immoral action or never being privated of the good. That's what moral innocence is.
Okay, so what is the action that they committed?
It doesn't matter. Look, the point is that
it doesn't matter.
I said or not being privated of the good. Did you listen?
You
literally being privated of the good.
You're saying it doesn't matter.
Yeah, why did I say it doesn't matter? Because you didn't listen to the full definition.
I know the definition. I repeated it.
What was the definition that I said?
It's what I said.
No. What was the definition that I provided about moral innocence?
You said basically they're free of. They're not basically. They're innocent of whatever moral crime or whatever.
No, didn't say that.
So basically, you just adhere to divine command theory, which you said you do.
When did I say that I hold the divine command theory?
I said you basically do that because
how does that follow?
Because you just said it previously that whatever God says deemed is right, He can do that.
When did I say that?
When God unalives innocent people, does He have the right to do that?
So that's not what divine command theory is saying. Divine command theory is saying goodness is grounded in the prescriptions in which God provides, and goodness is not truth act. That's what divine command theory is saying. So I'm not just because I say that any action that God does is just. That's by virtue of me saying that He's the ultimate good, but that's not by virtue of me saying that it's grounded in His prescriptions.
All right, so the Euthyphro dilemma then, same shit.
Huh? I think the Euthyphro dilemma is a false dichotomy.
Yeah, for sure. Because something is grounded in the reality compared to that, which is the act proper to the nature. you're pretty much at this point just yapping, and you're positing something that's already been, at least by the academic side, disregarded.
All right, man. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna move on because that guy thinks he's like a high tier ethical philosopher
Yeah, bro doesn't track, bro.
at all.
Hey man,
What's up, man?
hey man. I just kind of came to like what's it called, discuss and have some discussion.
Yeah,
Is
sure.
that's okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So yeah, the Trinity and biblical logic, Jesus is God. Yeah, that is true. I actually have something that can cross-reference Bible chapters to help me like understand it more, so I can read that off from the Bible.
Do you have like any questions?
Well, I have a question for you. Do you think that it's possible that the Holy Spirit has incarnated in some way, or do you think that it's just the fact that technically it incarnates into anybody that it goes into to spread the word or to give a spirit
The
of
only
any
one that
discernment?
incarnated is Jesus, and incarnation is specifically taking on another nature to yourself, and becoming that thing. Incarnation is not just indwelling someone
Well,
by
but
your presence.
well, technically, it does take on different forms because it takes it. Well, not different forms. It gives the same type of message, but through different means.
That's
I
not
don't
what
know how to explain it because
incarnation
it
is.
is
So incarnation
complicated.
is taking on another. I didn't just say a form. I said it's taking on another nature to yourself, and actually assuming everything that is proper to that. You're not just assuming the form. You're assuming everything that is proper to that by nature.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what incarnation is.
Yeah,
So the Holy Spirit does not incarnate because the Holy Spirit does not assume everything that is proper to the forms that he appears in. And when he indwells a creature, it doesn't have anything to do with him incarnating.
It becoming.
Right? It has to do with his presence indwelling them
give
and
you
his
a
grace
follow.
sustaining them.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, I just had that question because I was talking about it before with somebody. If you know his name's Candor Apologetics. I don't know if you know him, but
I'm not familiar.
yeah. But my next question is: do you know about the Canaanite god named Baal?
Yeah.
What's your opinion on him? Do you think that he was an actual false god, or do you think he's like a
God says he's a
demon
false god.
Yeah, no, like he's a false god, obviously, but do you think he was a demon? Possibly.
I think all false gods are from demonic influence.
Okay, so you could say that. Well, do you think that it's possible that the Israelites that made the false? One second. Do you think that the Israelites that made the false god were under demonic influence then?
Yeah.
So we could, from that standpoint, say that if someone is not doing good, that they're under demonic influence.
They're under demonic.
Or do you think that's just human nature? Demonic temptation.
Yeah.
Well, I would go to Paul and say that he said that there's absolutely no good in him other than what Christ has given.
Wow.
So
I don't know what you mean by that. If by that you
Paul
mean
said that
total depravity, I don't agree.
Let me actually look it up. Let me find it. Paul actually says in Romans or Corinthians that there is no good in him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's no good of them other than that which they participate in. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There's no good in anyone other than that which they participate in.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I would agree with that standpoint because God is the one who brings all good.
Yeah.
Any questions for me?
What sect of Christianity are you?
Pentecostal Holiness, so RCCG.
Are you oneness?
Pentecostal Holiness.
Yeah, isn't that like Geno Jennings?
No, that's RCCG. It's like a Nigerian branch of Christianity.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Also,
probably haven't heard
what do you
of it.
think the
It's
Trinity
like
is, just to be clear? Do you believe Jesus is the Father?
I don't think Jesus is the Father. I think Jesus is the Son. But I think that it's very possible that if you're going to refer to knowing the date and the hour of when he comes back, I was having this conversation with someone. Do you think that he knows the dates and the hour, or do you think he doesn't?
I think Jesus is God. I think Jesus knows all things. So yeah, I think he knows the hour.
This guy's saying we got Pentecostal holiness in South Carolina. Yeah, bro, Nigerians are everywhere, bro. This guy doesn't understand. Nigerians are literally everywhere. That's why you have
Yeah,
Pentecostal
man.
holiness. And
I would just I would recommend, bro, that you do some research on like Orthodoxy as well as like the early church. If you have like any further questions,
one more.
yeah.
Now, this is gonna shock you a little bit, but in our Nigerian culture, we actually have a god that's the same god as the Israelite god called Olodumare. It's just another name for God in our language. But funny enough, we have our own versions of priests, and Catholicism is very popular in Nigeria.
Okay.
And basically, the priests' names are called Orisha,
Mhm.
but they're called Orisha, but they said to have powers to do things to which that regular human beings are not, because they're priests. They're basically essentially priests,
What do they what do they
and
what do they mean
they're
by
the
that?
ones. Well, it's funny because they all have stated to been having some type of power,
Like what kind
and
of power?
like power to call down lightning, power to do things of that sort, but they're not. It's not by their own power, I believe. It's by the power of God that allows them to do it. But the funny thing about it is
Yeah,
that reminds me a lot
that's
of
interesting. Yeah,
the.
I think we got some more people in the request, man. I appreciate you coming up. God bless, though. God bless you.
Yeah, no problem. God bless.
Um, yeah, request if you disagree, guys. Ain't no way these people stop requesting. That's crazy. No, it's interesting, bro. He's talking about Nigerian Catholic Church priests like being witches or something.
What? Yo, my priest is from Nigeria. He was a seminary teacher.
No way.
Super based.
That is based.
Yo, the Nigerians actually, or actually, in fact, just like the African priests
Mm-hmm.
and bishops are like crazy traditional.
Based.
Yeah, they're if it wasn't for them, the Germans would take over, and the Germans are super, GA, you know. Oh, this guy's a hoot too.
Oh yeah, I remember this guy now. Yeah, ball man, what's up?
Yeah, good day. You said Trinity is logical.
Mm-hmm.
Can a person be his own father?
No.
So that means it's not logical then. It's a faith-based
What do you think the
interpretation. It's
Trinity
not even
is?
biblical. Yeah, it's a church doctrine which is not biblical that says
What's the
that God is
definition
three
of the Trinity?
persons. I'm defining it. Listen, three persons in one God. That
Okay,
God is
so
somehow three
how
persons.
where in the doctrine of the Trinity does it state that anyone is their own father?
Yeah, if Jesus is the Son and is also God, is he not his father?
That doesn't follow.
So, from your own interpretation, Jesus is not his own father?
No, Jesus isn't his own father. No, there's no Trinitarian interpretation that states that Jesus is his own father.
No, you can't speak for all Christian
No,
denominations. You can only speak for your
I can
church.
speak for all Trinitarians.
Okay, let's interview you then. Can you prove that the Trinity is in the Bible?
Yeah.
All right, let's see it then.
Sure.
Which verse?
We could just show Matthew 28:19.
So if we open it, it's gonna say that God is three persons in one.
Was that the burden?
Yeah, that's Trinity, right?
Is that the burden that it needs to be met in order to show that the Trinity is taught within Scripture?
Yes, you're trying to show me that
That's the burden.
that the
All right,
Trinity is in the
man. You
Bible.
got it, bro.
Yes.
That's the burden. You got it, man. He ran because he knows it's not biblical. Nothing's biblical if that's your burden. Yeah, so, I mean... Paul debated in the temple, by the way, Denise. So, do you think Paul's condemning himself?
I mean, I am technically in my church.
Huh?
Just your response to Joshua.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, bring a.
But you're not claiming to represent the position, so...
Yeah, of course.
Particularly matter. I meant confirmed when I said that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you actually have a spiritual father.
Where'd Moxie go?
I have no clue. Yo, request if you guys disagree with anything. Yeah, Paulina, what's funny about a spiritual father? You want to request up and discuss that? Yeah, Paulina, you can come up and show how I'm slow. You're welcome to. Well, what's slow about having a spiritual father? Yo, Andrew, don't do that. She's just slow. Holy Reddit atheist, bro. It's insane.
Yo, everyone like, share, repost, live, bro. We got 1.4k likes with 30 people in
Really, yeah, with 30. How we got 30 people in here and we got 1.4k likes? Yo, tap up the screen, man. I didn't get on live at 9 in the morning to not have no guests.
Wow, this humidity is stupid.
Yeah, for real.
I'm tapping.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, Sai, you're welcome to request up if you have a question, or you can ask it in the comments.
Yeah, you're just coping, Andrew. You can't top like me.
Rookie speeds like that won't get you to the high ranks. I'm dead.
Yo, Arrow, in a fight, do you think you could beat me?
What's the relevance to the prompt?
I'd grab that guitar and break it on your head, buddy.
Yo, this guy's violent.
What's with the feet? What's with the feet?
Arrow, in a fight, do you think you could beat me?
Do you want to engage with the prompt? You're me,
I'd grab that guitar and break it on your head.
Yeah, this guy. This is a script.
Mm-hmm.
You're me. That guitar is worth more.
Who
than
is Hear Me?
That guitar is worth more money than you
Who is
ever
Hear
in
Me?
your life. By the way, you're me.
I guess the fetuses woke up this morning wanting
Guess so, bro.
wanting war.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Yo.
What's up?
All right. All right. Serious question. Why do you believe in a God?
Because it's consistent with reason. Because it's consistent with revelation. The God that I believe in specifically is consistent with revelation.
And believing in a God affect your life in a way?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's spiritual aspects, but if you're asking like, what's my justification, that's different. Now, if you're asking why I believe in God in general, that's like gonna be due to my own personal reasons. But the reason that my justification for God existing or me believing in God would be due to like reason and like philosophical arguments. Wait, you're cutting out, man.
I don't.
Yo, Josh, chill, bro. What the hell? Your Wi-Fi's like tripping.
Evidence. God.
Your Wi-Fi's actually like yo, come back. I'm sorry, bro. Request back up when you fix your Wi-Fi, man. Yeah, a lot of people. I don't know why a lot of people think that I'm black, pencil. That's like actually a common thing for some reason. A lot of people think that. I don't know why. Yeah, Glockmate, you're welcome to come ask your question about Chalcedon if you want. Yeah, Virga, I'm sorry, man. Your Wi-Fi is tripping. Yeah, what's going on?
What you got that mask on for, brother? You are farming.
Something like that. You gotta continue with the prompts.
Can I do a verse from Romans?
Is it like regarding the prompt?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Because I feel like there's a lot of misconception on Catholicism, Christianity, Orthodox, Protestant.
What do you like? What do you believe in?
I'm a follower of Christ, Jesus.
Okay. Do you believe that? Are you a Christian?
Through Jesus Christ's words, yes, I am a Christian.
Okay. So,
ready?
Do you believe that the body of Christ is invisible or is it visible?
The body of Christ is like, what do you like, literally, or what are you talking about?
No, what is the body of Christ?
The body of Christ is the bread of life. His bread of life.
Okay, is
His
the
body
church
and
the
blood,
body of
right?
Christ?
Is the church the body of Christ? No.
Wow. All right. You shouldn't be quoting scripture then if you don't know that. Speaking about the quote misconceptions of orthodoxy. If you don't believe the church is the body of Christ, get off my path. If you were being humble, then I would be okay to have a genuine discussion with you. But you're saying you're coming up with these people have misconceptions. The early Christians have misconceptions. The students, the apostles have misconceptions, but you don't know what the body of Christ is. What's up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, word. I just have a question about like why is it expected that that God needs to love something before creation?
Is it expected that God needs to love something before creation?
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple responses you could take. So, I mean, I don't really use that argument, to be quite honest with you. I think there's responses you could give. I think saying that love is a Cambridge property could respond to the argument. But the other thing would just be like if you're not taking it to be a Cambridge property and you hold a divine simplicity, then you can't get out of it. But the argument.
Okay, so
Yeah.
absolute divine. Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Like absolute divine simplicity would be an issue.
Yeah. If you hold the ADS and you don't take it to be a Cambridge property, then yeah, it'd be an issue.
Okay, got you. And is there like a reason why the Son, the Father eternally begot the Son or whatever?
It's not an act of the will. It's something necessary and intrinsic to who God is. So,
Gotcha.
We could use
That's
like
cool.
Saint Augustine's analogy that he uses, which is that the Son is the intellect of the Father, or specifically, the Father has a perfect image of himself, and knowing himself, he generates another divine person, which is in perfect image of himself. But the we don't really like try to give arguments for the Trinity from natural reason.
Okay. Does each one of the persons or relations like do they have their own intellects
Do they have their
individually?
own? No.
So like they don't have their own consciousness or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
We don't really speak of God having a consciousness because consciousness is speaking about a type of knowledge or a type of awareness that is derived from external things. And when we speak about God having divine simplicity, we say that God knows things or is aware of things by virtue of himself, by virtue of him knowing himself. So that would be like different than saying that God has a consciousness.
Okay, so does I'm guessing the Holy Spirit knows the Father, right?
Yeah.
And the Father knows of his essence, or
You said the Father knows his essence, yeah.
okay. And the essence has no distinction or distinguishability.
No, I think you can distinguish. Well, so what ADS is saying, like when I say I hold the ADS, what I'm saying by that is that everything in God is identical to God in some respect. But I'm not saying there can't be discernibility with anything within the essence. I'm just saying that everything in God is identical to God in some respect. So, like, when I say, because I hold the energy essence distinction, when I say I hold the ADS, what I mean by that is that the divine energies are materially identical to the divine essence. That's all I'm saying. So they have the same substance. And so I'm still able to make a form of real distinction, as Saint Gennadios Scholarius articulates, which is called the formal real distinction. So I'm able to make that type of distinction between the energies and the essence in a way that it doesn't terminate in multiple realities.
So that means there's no composition.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. Okay. Is Okay, that's pretty much clear. Is it so that you don't have to use relative identity, do you,
For what?
for distinguishing the persons between each other?
No.
So is it absolute identity?
You don't have to use any form of logical identity. So this is something that's confused about like the Dawa Bros, right?
Yeah.
Is that these people, they confuse what's called logical identity and metaphysical identity. Metaphysical identity is you can have that without using an identity operator. So like I'll just type it in chat. This is what the identity operator is, right? It's just the equal sign. So if I'm writing something out in a formal language, you can have a predicate, or you can have like an operator here. So if I say M is human, like you could just say M means Matt. So if I say Matt is human, that's all that's saying. But if I say Matt equals human, right? It's not telling me anything different than that. So now it's saying Matt is identical to human, right? Matt is a human by identity, right? But I could say, instead of me saying Matt equals human, I'm not committed to using the identity operator when I say that Matt is identical to being human, right? I could say Matt is identical to being human as a predicate, right? So you could literally say this predicate is identical, right? You could just say that, like, Matt being identical to being human is true of himself. So that would be a different thing than using the equal sign. So the thing that is confused about the Dawa Bros is you can have metaphysical identity, you can have logical identity. So I can say that Jesus is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are God by predication. But what I mean by that is when I formalize a model, I'm not using an identity operator, but rather I'm using metaphysical identity as the fathers do, right? When they say that, I could have a predicate that says Jesus is materially identical to God, right? That means he's of the same reality, the same res, and that's sufficient to express the true doctrine of the Trinity. And there's no transitive properties or transitivity that would follow from that. Or like collapsing in the persons, because you're not using any form of absolute identity or relative identity. You don't really have any of those issues. But I personally do use relative identity when formulating a model of the Trinity, but it's not necessitated at all.
Okay, cool. Did the earliest Christians know about did they know about the Trinity like this, or because I heard they were a pretty small group of people and
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Now like the way in which it kind of just depends, like, but what you mean by early Christians, but
yeah.
But it's different when like you're speaking about certain things like analytical philosophy. Like there wasn't the logical problem of the Trinity within the first millennia, right?
Right. Would you know about like anamios and anamios, like the Son being distinct from the essence? That
Anamoyos? No, I'm not familiar.
I guess it was the early like Assyrians or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, gotcha. All right, appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man. God bless you. Good combo.
Hello.
Yeah, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So the prompt is Trinity is biblical and logical, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would disagree with Trinity being logical, actually, because I have a question. So you guys believe that the Son and the Father, they share the same divinity, right? Like the same power and all that.
Yeah.
Right. So that's where it becomes confusing, because why does the Son need authority from the Father, but the Father doesn't need authority from the Son? So because since they share the same divinity, the same power, why does one need the other authority, but the other doesn't?
So Philippians chapter 2 explains this. So there's two senses in which we can speak about Christ being granted things, right? We can speak of it in the sense of Christ receiving his divinity from the Father eternally, from as being the begotten of the Father, and that's not to say that the Yo Bogan go
Wait, so he receives authority from the Father to be divine?
Well, no, he doesn't receive the authority to be divine, as like God just like gives him divinity in a way of like temporally or like in time. But the Son is eternally begotten; he eternally comes forth from the Father, right? So like, I'll give you this example, right? If you have a
Wait,
child,
sorry to cut you off. What does begotten mean?
yeah, I'll explain it in just a second. It
Okay,
means to like
okay.
to come forth from. So like, for example, if you have a child, your child's gonna have the same nature as you, right? You're both gonna be equally human.
Yeah.
So that's what we mean when we say that the Father grants the Son his nature, or he gives the Son his nature. So when I say when you know when you say
But
you have a child,
aren't they like individually God? Like,
yeah, they're each God, yeah. So now,
yeah,
so 1 second. So
but like,
I'll just give you this example. So
yeah,
when you say you have a child and they receive their nature from you, right? They're human because you birthed them. When you say that, then obviously you're saying you can express the statement, you gave your son his humanity, right? But that doesn't mean that like that doesn't mean that necessarily there's some kind of like difference between you and your nature to your son. And
but
that's what
the problem is like when it comes to humans, we like as a woman, okay, like we give birth to them, right? So we give birth to them, but like the son isn't created or given
Yeah,
birth to.
so
Sorry,
that's
I don't
why
want to sound
no,
disrespectful.
no, it's not. So I understand, but the point is that obviously analogies only go so far, but the analogy is just to show that when you say that something's begotten, it shares the same nature perfectly as the thing that begets it, or that causes it. So when we say that the Son um is sourced from the Father, the Son is eternally generated by the Father, the Son receives his essence and everything that's
Generated?
yeah.
What?
Yeah. The Son's generated by the
Wait,
Father.
what do you mean generated? The
Yeah.
son is generated from the father?
Yeah. So what that means is that he's principled or sourced by the Father. The Father is the source of the Son.
So he's generated eternally or something? I don't
Eternally,
understand.
yeah. Eternally.
Wait, that makes it worse actually. What?
How does that make it worse?
Like, what do you mean?
What's worse about that?
It doesn't generally mean caused?
Yeah, he's eternally caused by the Father, yeah.
He's eternally caused.
Yeah.
So, what?
What's the problem
No,
with that?
I'm sorry. I really I don't understand. I don't understand. Like this.
No, yeah, but what's the problem with it? Is there an issue with that?
Eternally caused by the father?
Yeah.
So he was caused at some point?
No, eternal means from there's no point in which it began. So that means from eternity. So him being eternally caused doesn't mean he's created.
But how can someone be caused and uncaused at the same time? Like when you say eternally caused, it's like he was uncaused, then
Well,
he got
cause
caused by
doesn't
the
mean created. Cause doesn't mean created. That's what you're confusing. So
Okay. Okay, what
I'll
does
give you an
cause
analogy.
mean?
Maybe you can understand. Yeah. It just means to be sourced by something. So, like, if you take an example like the sun, right? The sun, the radiance that comes forth from the sun is caused by the sun, right? But if you take an example as to say this, let's say the sun is eternal in this example, right? The sun's eternal. The radiance that comes forth from the sun is not created by the sun, but it's a natural thing that flows from the sun itself. And this is what we mean. So when we say that the Son is eternally caused by the Father, we're saying that it naturally flows from the Father, who he is, that he eternally has a Son that's intrinsic to the Father.
Wait, sorry, because I'm at work and like there is a lot of noise, but I do hear you. I mean, when you say eternally caused, like, do you mean he was uncaused, but then he was caused for eternity, or I really don't understand how this
So
works.
eternity means there's no beginning and no end.
Yeah, I know.
Right. So there's no beginning to his causation, in the sense that it didn't begin at a certain point. He's always been generated by the Father. He's always been begotten by the Father. So that's what we mean. It's not something that, so for example, God's outside of time, right?
Yeah,
So
outside space and time.
yeah,
Yeah.
if God does an action outside of time, it doesn't begin at a certain point, right? Because he's eternal.
Can I ask this? Can the Father be independent from the Son, since the Son is eternally caused?
What do you mean by independent?
Like
can he be
you
separated
guys
from him?
believe, like, yeah, like,
No.
if the Son, like, let's say if the Son doesn't exist right now, could the Father like still be the only one true God?
He wouldn't be the Father if the Son didn't exist. What does it mean to be a father if you don't have a son or a child?
Well, isn't that like kind of making God seem like a human?
No, it's speaking about God as he reveals himself. When, like, if we speak about a concept that God reveals himself as, let's say that God says he's the Father, the definition of what it means to be a father is to have a child. So if God is eternally the Father, he can't be separated from his Son.
So if the Son doesn't exist, the Father wouldn't either.
Yeah, because God doesn't change. Does God change?
No, God doesn't
Right.
change.
So if Jesus is God, Jesus can't be separated from the Father. He can't cease to be God. It's not possible for like Jesus just not to like exist.
Yeah, it's still like, this is what I mean, like it's still like not logically like you can't wrap your head around it, because I've done a lot of research about it.
A mystery doesn't mean that it's not logical.
Actually, it's not logical when you actually think about it.
What do you think logical means? When you say something's not logical, what does that mean to you?
Basically, wait, hold on, because I'm a little busy right now. Sorry. So basically, when you think about it logically, you know how we have like logic law, basically, like,
yeah, the laws of logic.
I don't really know how to explain this, but when you try to think about it, like it's like your head burns.
You're
You
saying
know,
it's
like,
just unintuitive?
yeah, something like that.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do. That has to do with intelligibility. Logic doesn't have anything to do with like intelligibility or like understanding something. That's epistemic. So when we speak about logic, we're talking about if something's logically consistent. What that means is that it doesn't, the syntax of the language doesn't restrict the sentence from being possible, right? So like if you take an example like the syntax of English has criterias for or restrictions for what a sentence is. So if you formulate a bunch of words together and then you don't have an actual, and it doesn't come out as a sentence, that's because you're not consistent with the restrictions of English, right?
Yeah,
so
but
that's what we mean
what I
when we
mean
say
by
something's not logical. So when we say something's not logical, we're saying logic has a syntax, it has restrictions, and when you formulate a theory or a model, as it's called in logic, when you have a model, which is just a set of statements, that, or like an interpretation as well, and like a formula. So when you have this model, then it's governed by a certain syntax or restrictions within the language. As long as it's consistent with those restrictions, then it's logically consistent. So it's not, it
yeah,
doesn't break
like
the law of logic.
I've done a lot of I'm sorry, I've done a lot of research, and like it's been almost like 4 years, and like I still can't, like I also researched about Trinity being logical, which is actually not logical. It's like it becomes a mystery the more you ask
Well, that's
questions
not
about
what.
it.
Look, so logic has to do with the restriction. Look, when I say something's logically consistent, it has to do with whether or not the syntax allows for the statement to be made, right?
I do understand. I do understand that you cannot logically think of how God is or God's nature. Like that's, I agree. As a Muslim, I agree too. You cannot think about how God is and all that. But the point is that when it comes to Christianity, that God says He's not the author of confusion, right?
Yeah.
Well,
What do you think
when
that
it
means
comes,
then?
yeah, when it comes to Trinity, it is confusing.
That's not what that
It's
means when it says God's not the author of confusion. That doesn't mean God's not beyond our comprehension.
Let me ask you this: do you need faith to believe in Trinity?
You need faith to believe in God. Do you need faith to believe in God?
Wait, sorry. Can I, actually, to believe in God, to believe in the unseen, yes, you do need
So,
faith.
and the Trinity is an understanding of God, right? So obviously you need faith for that. You need faith for any understanding of for anything to be efficacious or profitable within a belief that you have, right?
In my paradigm, the only faith that we need is to believe in the unseen, like in God and in angels.
Well, I don't believe faith is just like believing in a set of propositions, right? Like when the Bible defines faith, it's the evidence of things hoped for. Or sorry, he says faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Right? That's what Paul defines faith as in Hebrews. So I don't take it just be like assenting or like believing to a set of propositions. But now, the point is that you said the Trinity is not logical. So what within logic, what restricts the set of statements of the Trinity to not be expressed, capable of being expressed in a model? When
Like I gave you an example earlier, like I did say, if they share the same power, like if the son shares the same power, then why does the son need authority from the father? Like
yeah, so
like
the son.
sorry, can I finish? Sorry, I'm so sorry. So basically, when you guys believe when Jesus came in human form, he also has his divine essence, right?
Yeah.
Where it becomes confusing is can't the son send himself since he has the same power as the father? Why does the father send the son when the son can send himself?
Like if
Sorry,
I
can you?
yeah, I said what does it mean to send yourself? Like if I say I sent myself to the store, really all I'm saying is I just willed to go to the store, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
right. So Christ says he willfully came to die for us.
So wait, hold on. So when the father sends the son, does it mean the son didn't want to come or something? I don't understand.
No. Christ says that he willfully died for us. He did it out of his love and his will for us. The Father and the Son share the same they're perfect in will. They're one in will. So when
He willingly died for us?
Yeah.
But wouldn't he cry to the Father to save him from death?
He says Christ says that in John 2, he says that I lay my life down. No one takes it from me, right? And he says I think that's as well as it's all throughout the Gospels. Christ says that he lays his life down freely for us. No one takes his life. He says that he lays his life down and he has the power to raise it back up.
But it becomes really confusing because, like, if he prays to God to save him from death, right? Because I think you know what. Yeah, you know what verse I'm referring to, because he says like,
my God, why have you forsaken me? Are you
and also it says,
are you talking
I
about
remember it says
the Garden of Gethsemane when he says, if it be thy will, then let this cup pass from me, but not my will, let your will be done?
no, it's another one. It says in Jesus's lifetime, he was crying and shedding tears for God to save him from death, and his prayers were heard because of his reverent submission.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Yeah, it does say that in the Bible,
What
actually.
verse?
I need to find it though. And if I'm gonna give you a follow, and
Sure.
if I drop, I'm gonna come back.
All right.
Okay.
Unbelievable. Yo, Bogan, God bless, bro. How you doing?
God bless. Doing well. What about yourself?
Yeah. So it's Hebrews 5:7.
Okay, so if I go to Hebrews 5:7, it's gonna say what you said it said.
Yeah. So like search Hebrew 5:7.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about that? Oh, yeah. So who in the days of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers and supplications with vehement cries and tears to him, who was able to save him from death, and was heard because of his godly fear. Though he
Yeah,
was
that's
a
what
son,
I'm talking about.
though he was a son, yet he learned obedience by the things which he suffered. Having been perfected, he became the author of eternal salvation to all who obey him, called by God as high priest, according to the order of Melchizedek, of whom we have much to say and hard to explain, since you have become dull of hearing. So I don't think you're understanding this. So it doesn't say. So obviously he's praying, and this is lament, right? Do you know what lamenting is?
No.
Yeah, it's a loud
Wait,
cry and expression of emotion.
is English your first language?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's not. That's why I wouldn't be able to understand some words.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just asking if you know what it is. So,
No.
yeah, lamenting is like it's a act of like expressing emotion, um, or like like crying out. So when Christ is saying these things, he's lamenting, and often it's gonna be exaggerated language or more so like hyperbolic language, right? So when Christ is like doing these things, he does them the specific end of him praying to God or crying
Yeah.
out or all these things is for the lesson of us understanding that when we go through these things as humans, this is how we ought to pray to God. This is how we ought to follow this example.
Can I ask you something? So
Sure.
you guys believe Jesus came in human flesh, right? So is he like you guys believe he's fully God and fully human? So what I don't understand is if he has the divine essence in him, why would he need like to basically grow up in wisdom?
You're talking about Luke 2:52?
Yeah.
Saint Cyril's commentary on this speaks about how the growing in wisdom and stature is talking about experiential knowledge. So experiential knowledge is a type of way in which you understand something by like actually experiencing yourself. So for example, if I say that I know like I know what homeless means, right? I know what it means to be homeless. Like I know what the
Yeah.
concept is, but I haven't experienced being homeless till I've been homeless myself, right? So there's a sense in which I know what it means to be homeless, but I grow in the experience, the knowledge in the experience of being homeless, right? So so basically when we speak of God, God's mind doesn't have experiential knowledge because God doesn't change. So when Christ takes on a human nature, he experiences truly what it's like to be human from a first person perspective.
I mean, it's still not understandable, but like, thank you for explaining.
Yeah, no problem.
Because, yeah, I've had these conversations with a lot of people. Also, can I just talk right now to Rabbi Adaki, like here, and I'm gonna leave.
I'm probably gonna move on to some other guests.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say, Rabbi is
Yeah, I'm gonna move on to some other guests. God bless you. Yeah, Legend, what's going on? Yeah, Legend, I'm gonna move on to another guest if come back up when you're able to speak.
Hey, so you were
Yeah.
saying something about experiential knowledge.
Yeah.
Wouldn't God just already have experiential knowledge?
Experiential knowledge isn't contained within the property of omniscience.
Okay, sure. But I wanted to just say, remember when you were in a live with your buddy? I guess you were one of the co-hosts, and I cooked him so hard, and I gave him a dilemma he couldn't answer, so he just kicked me.
Okay, what? I mean, I don't know. What are you talking about, Kyrion?
I think so.
Yeah. What was the dilemma?
Yeah. So the dilemma was that you can't believe that Adam and Eve caused natural suffering while also believing in old earth and evolution, because old earth and evolution implies
Oh,
that
this,
these
bro, this
things
argument, I
happened
cooked you on this.
before. You did not cook me.
I
You
don't even
didn't
like. Why do
cook
I have
me
to
at all.
grant? Why do I have to grant macroevolution? There's different senses of evolution. You're aware of that, right?
I'm not saying you have to grant it, but I'm
Okay,
just
so what's the
like,
relevance? And it's just a false dichotomy.
aren't you aren't you Catholic?
No.
No. Okay, so what's your argument like against evolution?
I don't have to provide an argument as to me not accepting a position.
Okay, so why did God bring upon natural suffering upon humans
Unnatural suffering,
for
you
what
said?
Adam and Eve did?
To humans? Yeah,
Yeah.
because what sin is being privated of good, and goodness is God. So suffering, what follows from privations, is you're experiencing the lack of good. And by virtue of that, you experience certain things like you're closer to death. You would experience pain, suffering, right? And that's a natural consequence of what privations are.
Yeah, why did God have to extend this consequence
God didn't
to their
create privation
ancestors?
theory.
I know, but why did he have to extend the consequence to their ancestors?
He didn't.
Or they're not their ancestors, they're
God didn't
descendants.
like I said, God didn't create privation theory.
I know, but was there a way that
Okay,
God would have like
so if God didn't create privation theory, then you don't have an argument. I don't believe God created privation theory.
yeah, but did like the newborns that came after, did they sin?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
You said what?
Yeah, the newborns that came after Adam, you sinned, yeah. What, did they sin when they were newborns? No, but they sinned, yeah. Eventually in
Yeah,
the
did they
garden.
sin when they were newborns? Yeah, is what I'm asking.
Well, that's not relevant
How is that not relevant?
because to come forth from something that's privated means that you already have a corrupted end.
So why would God not just create another human that's not private so we don't have to experience all this
He did
suffering?
create other humans.
Who aren't privated?
Who aren't privated?
Yeah, who aren't, did he create other humans who
Privation
aren't
has to do with
privated?
an act of the will rejecting or straying away from God as
I
the
know, but why
ultimate
did
end of its telos.
Yeah, I know, but like I'm asking you, why didn't he create another human, right?
That wouldn't help anything.
It would,
It wouldn't.
because if you're saying that the reason why we experience natural suffering is because of privation,
Doesn't change anything.
then he could just create
Because
another
the earth,
human who's not.
everything in the earth, as humans having dominion over it, has already been privated.
Yeah, why didn't he just reverse that?
Why didn't you just reverse privation theory?
No, why didn't they just reverse the effects?
Why didn't you just what? What are you even saying right now?
Why didn't he reverse the effects? He created
Now you're just
everything
like
good,
now
right?
it's just like whataboutism. Like, do you have an argument?
Yeah, it's. I
What's
mean,
your
that's what
argument?
a lot of arguments are. Like, what?
Yeah, what's your argument?
Okay, my argument is that why would God
An argument
give
starts
Adam
with
and
a
Eve?
question.
Yeah, my argument is that God was irrational for giving Adam and Eve a test that they couldn't pass.
How do you know they couldn't pass it?
Because he knew every possibility and he knew that within their state of affairs they wouldn't pass it. He
You
still
said
gave them a
couldn't
test
pass.
anyways.
Couldn't is a modal term. They're saying there's no world in which they could do that.
I mean, there is, but the one he chose was the one where they didn't pass it.
Okay, so do you think that when we say that God creates, he chooses worlds? I don't think that's like modal. That's like I don't even know what that's like. That's like
He kind of
modal
does.
realism. Like
He
no,
does choose it. What?
I don't believe that.
You don't believe God
I don't
chooses?
believe that
So
I don't believe that the way in which God creates is analogous to like when you sit down at like the Mario Kart arcade game in Dave and Buster's when you turn the wheel and select the track. I don't think that's what God creating looks like.
So all I mean by that is that he had the possibility to make it another way. You don't think that's like rational?
Sure. Yeah, God could have created a different way. I don't know what you mean by
Yeah.
that.
So he did have choices. That's literally what choices.
So when well, you said specifically that, like man is, or you said that Adam did not have the ability to pass the test, which isn't true.
No, I'm saying in the state of affairs, he didn't.
Well, you said he
he wouldn't have
couldn't.
passed the test.
Not didn't and couldn't aren't the same thing. Those are two entirely different modal terms.
I mean, yeah, okay, maybe I used it wrong, but
Okay, so God created a world in which they didn't
he couldn't
partake of the
pass
tree.
it in that. He couldn't pass it in that state of affairs.
He couldn't have passed it in that state of affairs. That's just saying he didn't.
Okay. So that's literally what I meant.
Okay, so you can see that God didn't create Adam and Eve to where they couldn't pass the test.
You mean he didn't create Adam and Eve to where they couldn't pass the test?
I mean, that's the question I asked. I said, do you concede that God did not create a state of affairs in which Adam and Eve could not pass the test?
I believe he did.
Okay, so couldn't and didn't aren't the same modal term. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say didn't, is that the same thing as saying couldn't?
No.
Okay, I didn't have pancakes for breakfast this morning. Could I have?
Yeah.
Okay, so how is that saying that? And God created the state of affairs in which I had cereal, right? Instead of pancakes.
Yeah.
Okay, so how is that relevant to saying that? Because I didn't have pancakes, that God created the state of the affairs such that I couldn't have pancakes.
Because like God is all knowing and like
how does all knowing have to do with a state of affairs not having the intrinsic potential to eat pancakes in this example?
Yeah, because he knows that. Because if you're saying that he's all knowing, then like you can't say
this
like,
is the dilemma that you could carry on. You're trolling me.
No, it wasn't this one. What? You clearly have an answer to like whether you believe in old earth or not. He didn't, right? That's why I'm saying I cooked him.
I could just be agnostic.
But I'm saying like if you're saying God has foreknowledge, that means those decisions that Adam and Eve made.
What is foreknowledge?
Yeah, the ability to see into the future.
So I'll just give you John of Damascus' definition about foreknowledge. He just says foreknowledge is that of existing things. So when John of Damascus
How is that a
said,
good definition?
huh?
How is that a good definition?
Yeah, because when we speak about foreknowledge, it's only speaking about things that are going to obtain. So if I say that God foreknew that Adam and Eve didn't partake of the tree of life, that's just saying that God foreknows that they did that this action they chose, and that is going to obtain based off of the divine principles.
Okay.
Okay.
So how does that explain what my contention was
Your
about how God?
contention has to do with a conflation of didn't and couldn't, right? You're just saying X didn't do Y, therefore X couldn't have done Y, which just doesn't follow.
Yeah. So all I was saying was that if you know something, is it possible to know something that isn't true?
Is it possible to know something that isn't true, you said?
Yeah.
I don't know what that's saying. Yeah, it's possible to know something that isn't true.
How?
I think Muslims know
They don't
Islam. I
know
don't
it.
think Islam's true.
They don't know it. They think they know it, but they don't know it. Knowing something implies that it's true or it's happened.
Do you mean
Right?
but what do you mean by knowledge?
Knowledge would just be understanding like a truth.
Knowledge is the understanding of a truth.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And is it true? What about like the liar's paradox, for example? Do you know the truth of that the statement is false?
Do I know the truth that the statement is false?
Yeah.
Like what statement?
That's what the liar's paradox is. The statement is it's true that this statement is false. Or it's
Okay.
yeah, so the liar's paradox is literally this statement is false. Is it true that the statement's false?
I don't know what the statement is, so I can't say if it's true or false.
Oh my days, you're trolling me. If I say
What
this statement is
statement?
false, that's a statement, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it true that the statement is false?
Like no, like what?
Okay, so it's not true that the statement is false.
I don't know what you're
So the
getting at
statement's
here.
not false.
Yeah, I don't know what you're getting at here. I don't know how
You're
like
not paying attention. Look, you said
wait, I don't
knowledge
know
is of
what this
truth.
has
Do
to
you
do with
know what the
anything.
liar's paradox is?
Do I know what the no?
Okay, so oh my gosh. Okay,
This
I
has
just
nothing to do
look,
with the
I
fact
just
that
gave you what I told you what the liar's paradox was.
yeah, and it has nothing to do with the claim that you can't know something that's false. I don't know what.
No. So, well, no, you said you can't know
Like,
something's false. And do you
yeah,
know what the liar's paradox is as a proposition?
no,
You don't?
I don't.
Okay, so is the liar's paradox the proposition this statement is false?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, you're trolling.
Yeah, it's
Like
you.
you got it, bro. Yo, Kieran, that guy just said he cooked you, bro. He said he didn't know what the liar's paradox was when I just explained it to him. Wow.
Yeah, can you hear me?
What's up, man?
My TikTok is glitched, I think, because I can't see anything. But yeah, yeah. So he said he holds like the is a predication model, right? Or like you take these as a predication,
No, I
right?
didn't
Yeah.
say that.
So what model do you take?
I hold a relative identity.
You hold a relative identity.
Yeah.
Okay. So how would you like? Yeah. So how would you think that like relative identity like solves the LPT?
Because it gets out of the syntactic issue.
It's the syntactic issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like.
Wait, do you concede it gets
Okay.
out of the
Look, what do you
syntactic
think?
issue?
No. So
No,
wait,
you
okay,
don't
just
concede
ask you
relative
this.
identity
What do you
gets out of
think-
the syntactic issue.
No, of course you could.
Wait, so
you could
relative
basically,
identity
like,
does get out of the
formulate-
syntactic issue.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say no. That's
Okay,
not what I'm pretending.
does relative identity get out of the syntactic issue?
Yeah. So look.
It's a yes or
Yeah.
no.
If you're able to.
Yes or no?
Yeah. So yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna answer. Yeah.
Does
Yeah, I'm
relative
gonna answer the
identity
question.
get out of the syntactic
Chill out.
issue?
Yeah. So yeah, can I answer the question?
Yes or no?
Can I answer the question?
Does relative identity
if you
get
were to
out of the
contract some
syntactic
system,
issue?
yeah. If you were to construct, I'm gonna answer the question, dude. Can
It's
you
a
let me
yes or
answer the
no.
question? Are you gonna let me answer the question?
It's a yes or no.
Okay. So yes, right?
Yes.
You can
Okay. What is the
escape
LPT a syntactic issue?
by constructing some
Is the
formula,
LPT a
right?
syntactic
System,
issue?
which I just answered the
Is
question.
the LPT a
So,
syntactic
and I'm
issue?
elaborating on the question. No, that's not what I said.
Is
That's
the
not what I said. Are
LPT
you
a
tracking what I'm
syntactic
saying?
issue?
Are you tracking what I'm saying, sir?
Yo, why are you panicking? Is the
It doesn't
LPT
seem like you're tracking
is the
what I'm saying.
LPT a syntactic issue or no? Yes or no?
Why am I getting muted?
Is the
Why are you
LPT
scared?
a syntactic
Why
issue?
are you
Yes or
scared?
no?
What's happening, son? What's happening, son?
Why are you
Your
manifesting?
LPT is not going to be merely a syntactic
The
issue.
LPT
right?
is not a
LPT
syntactic. Okay,
could
so
be,
a logical
could
problem
be
isn't
like,
a syntactic issue now. Wow.
Hey, yo, what's good? I'm just here to order farm.
What's up, bro? The LPT is not a syntactic issue.
Yes, good morning, my friend. Good morning. It's a pleasure to listen to you. I've heard you before, and I appreciate what you're doing up here. I will say, however, I am a man who is not convinced or a man who doesn't believe in gods or wizards or genies in a bottle. But if you want to believe in them, that's fine. I'm not here to take your toy away from you. That's the last thing I want to do. You can, if you have the need, if it makes your life better to believe in a God, then I think you should do it. Of course it is, my friend.
Okay,
Jesus is
what
God.
prompt does this address?
Ask any question on Christianity. I'll ask it. The question is this, my friend. Do you really think prayer works?
I do.
You do you? You don't think you're just mumbling and bumbling to your ceiling? No. Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with the case of Savannah Guthrie, the host of the Today Show in the United States? She's a #1 anchor in the morning show. Her mother Nancy was kidnapped 4 months ago from her home in the Arizona desert. And for 4 months now, churches and TV and everyone's been saying, please pray to help find Nancy Guthrie. And God's not doing anything. Is he too busy?
Oh, I mean, I don't know what the point is. What are you talking about?
I can't make it any crystal clearer than I just did, my friend. Is God answering these prayers? Why is it so hard for you to understand?
So, I don't think that you're understanding. So, do you think that the purpose of prayer is merely just for God to fix your problems?
I'm being asked by TV and by my priest at church and everyone, everyone on TV saying to pray to find her. And that's what I'm doing. Are you saying that my prayers go unanswered? What is God doing with these prayers?
To what I just said?
You're asking me, do I think my prayers will get answered?
That's
I
not
don't.
what I asked you.
Don't get upset, little bro. What are you asking me?
Okay, so my question was, do you think that prayer is merely just getting God to answer your requests? Is that all?
I don't think so. I think it could be honoring God, thanking God. It could be a number of things. But in this situation,
no. I'll tell you what the purpose of prayer is. Okay.
Oh,
Prayer
okay, you
is
will
to
tell me.
meditate.
Okay.
So in the Orthodox thought, prayer is to meditate on the life of Christ. That's what prayer is.
So if I have someone in the hospital, or maybe a mother who's dying, you're saying I shouldn't pray for her to.
That's not what I said.
Now you're confusing me. Is
just not paying attention.
So crazy, bro. The false piety too, to come up and be like, the last thing I want to do is to spoil your fun. If you have a God, then blah, blah, blah. Like, Shut up.
Yeah, just to be like weird, just not paying attention. Oh, what the heck? Yo, yeah, that was a paradox. Yo, he said my job is done here. Does this guy think he's tough?
He thinks he did something, I guess.
Yeah, he thinks he's the toughiest, bro.
Bro came up, babbled, asked a few fallacious questions, and then dipped.
Oh my gosh. Started talking about a TV news article.
You know, Zay's funny. He said he's not taking the divorce well. Because oh, quote, I got divorced, so God bad.
Yeah. Bro, who gifted you? Oh, no shot. No shot if somebody gave that man money willfully. It's gotta be his alt account.
Gifting yourself on your alt account is like
That's
that's
actually
so
insane, bro. Like you're just literally paying. You're giving yourself. You're at that point. You're just giving TikTok money because you don't
yeah,
get
because
all
they're
of
gonna
that.
take like I'm about to say they're gonna take a
They're gonna take
sizable
like sixty
portion of the
percent of
game.
that, and then you get 40% of your own money just so you could look cool, look like you were in the discussion. Unbelievable,
That's an L.
huge L, bro.
Yo,
Yeah, what's going on?
unemployed ass boys, go get a job, bro. Both of
What
y'all,
bro
bro.
talking
Go get a
about?
job. Go get your bread up.
Yo, are you good?
I'm on my way to the NCAA
Yo,
championship
Dion,
starting my job.
when I'm full time, you know, I don't want to hear nothing no more, bro.
You won't hear shit from me, bro.
Huh?
You won't hear nothing from me.
W. How you doing though, man?
I'm doing good. Do you wear that mask all the time?
Yeah, when I'm around my family too.
Really?
Yeah,
You're like a germaphobe?
yeah, something like that.
It's like a little Asian thing you got going on. I know like a lot of Asians do
That's
that.
gotta be racist.
Oh.
What you got against the Asians, man?
Yeah, I don't got nothing against them, bro. I just don't know why they be wearing them face masks, bro.
Yo,
Acting like I'm
chill,
dirty.
Dion, chill.
Acting like I'm dirty and shit. I'm not dirty, bro. I don't got nothing
Bro,
on me.
what is I'm talking about? Look, no, I just
Bro, I'm on here talking to you on the clock, bro. That's yeah.
yeah.
On the clock.
Okay.
I'm getting paid for this.
Getting paid to talk to me. Wow,
I'm getting paid to talk to you right now, yeah.
insane. We got 40 people in here and there's only 4,000 likes, bro. Tap the screen.
Is it 9 a.m. for you?
10 a.m.
And you know why there's probably only 40 people?
Hmm?
You know why there's probably only like 40 people?
Because people have jobs.
Yeah.
Dude, 40 people is a lot.
A lot of employed ass people. Unless you're like me, getting paid on the clock.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't know what your point is, bro. Nah, I'm trolling. But, yeah, man. Yo, tap with the screen, guys. Alright, bro.
Do you have Asian in you?
Do I have Who's Asian?
You, like, I'm at, like, do you have, like, some Asian in you?
Uh,
Like, are you mixed with Asians?
I don't know. Am I mixed with Asian? No.
Uh, this guy's name is Jesus. That's crazy. Yeah. Hey, Jesus. I want to let you know something, buddy. This isn't my first little job. It's actually my second little job. Try again, buddy.
His name's probably Jesus. His last name's Duarte. Probably Jesus.
You don't got any type of Asian in you? You got that look to you.
Me?
Yeah.
How do I look Asian?
You just look like you stare at people when they walk in a corner store.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
That's what they do to me.
I don't even be making eye contact with people.
I just be looking at. I know they be looking at Carry On when he walk up in the corner store.
Wait, what the hell?
I'll be looking right back at him.
What the hell?
I
Yo,
feel scared.
yo, Dion.
Hurry up and buy.
I'm like, what you doing in here, boy? I'm like, what you doing in here?
Hurry up and buy.
I guess I got a mask on. I wear glasses, so therefore I look Asian. I guess, bro.
Yeah, that's what it's given, bro. Like bleached Asian, like K-pop type stuff, you know.
Yeah, you got it, man. Nah, Dion really do be just saying shit.
Yeah, I mean, I just be yeah. Let you youngins live a little, bro. Everybody want to do a polit like, bro. I was talking to this other dude, and he was I was debating like Jesus being God. I just started talking about some other stuff. It's like, why are you talking about that? I'm like, cause I'm a human being, bro. Like I'm like what? What?
Fair enough. You got it, Unc.
Do you like your bread white or whole wheat?
I like sourdough bread, man.
You know how I like my bread?
Sourdough.
What's up?
You know how I like my bread?
What's up?
I like my bread green.
This guy likes a moldy bread.
I like Benjamin Franklin on my
Yo,
bread.
Dion likes moldy green bread. All
This is
right.
how I know you don't know what you're talking about. Moldy bread is blue. Yo, carry on. Hey, come on, bro. You sound like a Mexican on Xbox 360, bro. Turn it off. Thanks.
I'm in the car, bro.
Yo, chill, bro.
Dion making minimum wage. Well, no, I'm not making minimum. I'm making $1 above minimum wage, actually. So bare minimum wage. There you go.
You're on the way to LAX? Dion got me clenching my yo. Pause, bruh.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Look at this, bro. Ghetto ass.
The hell?
Right at the side of my building,
What did
bro.
I say?
I don't know. It's probably some gang sign or something. Got a lot of those around here. Getting into metaphysics, learning about that.
Nice, man. That's good. It only took you what,
Yeah.
5 years, Dion?
But I've only been Catholic for 1 year, bro.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
It's never too late to go back, man.
Yeah, never too late. Never too late.
Every time I tell someone I've only been Catholic for 1 year, bro, they're like, "What?" They get the glazing. Are you confirmed yet, Arrow?
Nah, I'm not.
Exact opposite.
I'm not.
What?
Oh snap! Is that? Yo, is that my son? Yo, what's up, Louis?
What'd
is
you
that?
ask, Dion?
You confirmed?
No,
Yeah.
not yet. Not
Hey,
yet.
Louis. You
God bless
know what
everyone.
you know what I'm gonna be watching on June 18th?
What?
Bosnia versus Canada in the World Cup.
And guess what? You're not winning the World Cup.
You know what? Yeah, we are, bro.
Okay.
In St. Louis, Missouri, 60,000 Bosnians pulled up just to watch Bosnia versus Panama. I gotta get back to my job. God bless, guys.
God bless.
God bless.
Bro, stop talking mid sentence.
Unc just pulled up, babbled, and left.
I'm saying, just said nothing of substance. Absolutely nothing. Just came up, made some racist jokes,
We
and then
love Dion,
dropped.
though. He's the TikTok Unc.
Bro literally just came up, made racist jokes, and then dropped.
Wait, what? Look, the guy who got
Nah, I'm
baked by
joking.
DeepGod.net. Wait, who baked? Wait, what? Wait, did Dion get baked by this guy?
I have no clue.
Bro, Fune, he's saying that Dion got baked by needgod.net.
I haven't even
Never in
seen
the
that.
world.
Did that actually happen?
Needgod.net is a burger. Hell no, Dion fried him.
Need God. That guy. He got baked. He's the guy who got baked by that Musi guy.
By Sig and by Egan.
Dude, he's been baked by everybody.
No, he got baked by a low tier Muslim. I'm like, I can't respect.
Bro, he got baked by Alex Soren.
Oh
Bro,
yeah, he
how
did
can you get
He
baked?
got baked by Sam Shamoon too.
But okay, some Shamoon is fair enough. But how do you get baked by a low tier Muslim? A low tier Muslim.
Yeah, but Sam Shamoon also low-key did manifest about.
Yeah, that's Sam's thing. He's gonna match their manifestation.
For sure.
We're forgetting one person as well, guys. He got baked by Egan.
I said that, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind.
He
My
did
bad.
get baked by Egan.
I probably came at the wrong time.
Nah, you're good.
By the way, God bless you, host. Thank you for having me.
God bless.
God bless.
And God bless both of you guys for leaving on what's your name? What's your name? The guy below me, the guy in the gold.
It's Kyrion.
Carry on.
Oh yeah. I'm looking.
Wait, these Muslims are clipping God logic for the.
Bro,
Yeah, but you see, like literally,
these people, like these
Like-
Muslims come up and they're like, "Oh, God Logic said this," and I'm like,
Bro.
Why does that matter to
Did
me,
you
bro?
see? Newman, did you see my post?
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Bro, like today's been rough, man. Like this guy, bro, like Kieran, were you there when that guy said that, saying that whatever action God does is good is saying you hold the divine command theory?
Yeah.
Wait, I think wait, was that guy's name Jamie? By any chance?
Was it what?
The guy that was talking about divine command theory.
His name was K.
Was that
Yeah.
guy K Jamie?
Key, I think, something like that.
No, okay, no, because there was someone else who I spoke to literally yesterday. He was saying the same stuff, and I made him concede. Sorry?
Talk about Kojo?
No. There's some guy called like Jamie, and he was saying the exact same thing yesterday, and I got him to concede to like 4 contradictions.
Nice.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Some of these people need to wrap it up. Like
Bro, I
I
have
saw
so
a
much
video.
footage to download, bro.
Wait, so a couple days ago. Sorry, go on, Kieran.
No, you're good. I was just saying I saw a video of Avery literally agreeing with a Muslim that the apostles were stupid. It's like come on, bro. It gets to a point.
Oh yeah. To be fair, like God logic, I feel like because like when it comes to metaphysics, I feel like he's not very solid at Like
He's not solid on much, to be
I don't know.
honest.
I feel like he's weak at metaphysics.
He's just, I'm not gonna lie, like I do, like this is low-key like what you posted the other day, Kai. Was just anti-Islam is not Christian. Anyone can be an anti-Islamist.
Yeah, I mean, like these people, like in two, when you see the video, like where David Wood was being questioned on Christianity, he didn't know anything. Like he doesn't even know anything about Christianity, but it's like.
So I'm saying, like,
And
when that
like he
combo
knows all
with
this stuff
Anson
about
when he said
Islam.
Christ had one mind.
Yeah, that was a blunder. That was a blunder with
Yeah, he reached out and said, like, he corrected himself, but he actually did believe that. Like,
the thing is, this is what happens, right? Because obviously, I mean, what Lumen and Kieran are saying are both correct. Like, he's a polemist. He's mainly a polemist. So he's focusing on, debunking Islam, going into
but
that
like nowhere does the Bible call us to be polemicists, bro.
Sorry?
So nowhere does the Bible call us to be polemicists. That's like the issue I have.
It literally doesn't.
I mean, I understand apologetics because like some of the early Christians, like Justin Martyr, you know, he did apologetics.
Yeah.
Um, but uh, our defense of this is defending Christianity. Okay, it's not just about
Yeah, that's why I said no. I said nowhere does the Bible call us to be polemicists.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like apologetics is defending the faith.
yeah.
And like, but nowhere does the Bible call us to like go and just like just argue against other religions all day.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
wait,
isn't that what was happening in Acts though?
No.
No.
He was providing an apologetic as to why Jesus is the Messiah.
The thing is, the thing is, this has been my personal stance. I don't think polemics is bad, but
Well,
I
I'm not
think
saying
if you do
polemics is inherently
polemics,
wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong to give an argument against Islam. But if you make your entire identity about arguing against other religions, then like I think that is problematic.
my personal stance, and this is what I've always been doing. Like, I think if you do polemics, you should also be doing apologetics, because it's if you're out here like attacking someone else's faith all day, well then they have the right to like question your faith, and if you can't defend it, then so they're hypocritical.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Yeah.
been my personal position. There's
That's why
if you
I'm
want to
saying
do
it's more
polemics, that's
important to
perfect.
be able to defend your faith, and um, more people actually come to Christ by you providing a logical and consistent account for your faith rather than somebody arguing against. Like, if somebody comes up and argues against Christianity right now, there's like a 0.00002% chance I'm gonna leave Christianity, right? So like, it's very similar. Like if I go up on a Muslims panel and I just argue against Islam, there's they're just like us. There's a very low chance they're gonna leave Christian. They're gonna leave Islam over that, right? So it would be better for us to actually provide the defense of Christianity, and by them saying why Christianity is consistent, that they should become Christian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for
And,
sure, I agree.
yeah. And also these no church, parachurch apologists, it also just doesn't help because they subscribe to this quote unquote lowest common denominator, non-denom, whatever. Oh, I don't have a denomination, Christianity, that doesn't actually exist, and they just spend their entire all their time attacking Islam and Muslims. It's like, okay, you get a Muslim to not be Muslim, so what? They're gonna go be Reformed Baptist now? That's not any
Yeah,
better. This is not the truth. But at least
Veritas,
that's the stance I
Veritas. I
take.
didn't say that making arguments against Islam can't help people that are laymen and that are in the audience. I said the people that are just like us are the people that are up doing the lives. There's not one argument in the world that I could give against Liviana that would make it become Christian. I'm not talking about the people in the audience.
Yeah, I mean, it's really useful for the people that are watching. But that's the same thing when someone comes up and they're trying to argue against the Trinity. Am I going to convince that person that the Trinity is logical? Probably not. But is everyone watching going to see how it's consistent? Yeah. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it's when you talk to like a big apologist, it's like what I said is complete facts. You'll never like these big Dawa guys. You're never gonna actually convert them. So when you do debate them, at the end of the day, if your focus isn't on the audience, like
Yeah, of course,
you're
yeah.
doing it.
And I'm not
Like
saying
I
I'm not saying
agree.
that it can't convert people.
Like
No, I know, yeah, exactly, yeah, but it's just unlikely for it
Like,
for
I'm
the
just saying it's
conversion
not
to
gonna
be the
it's not
Dawa
gonna
guys.
convert the
Yeah.
direct person you're having a discussion with. That's what I'm saying.
It's always going to be the people in the audience who
Right.
are idolizing the Dower guys, and if they see that the
Because
Dower
it's a
guys can't
cult.
respond, yeah. Go on, Lumen. You were going to say something. I cut you off twice.
no, fine.
Yeah, Veritas was over.
What's up? What's up? I'm gonna talk in a second because I'm outside. Give me a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
heard Kieran's Loki 5'8". Wait, Kieran is like six. Wait, is it 6'6" or 6 foot something? 6 foot, at least
Yeah,
6 foot 6. Yeah.
6'6". Yeah.
Damn, bro, if he's 12, if he can actually find a lot.
Another thing too, I don't know what this is called. I don't know if it's like there's some fallacy that's linked to it or some kind of rhetorical uh, method. I don't know what it's called, but it's the same principle where like would I rather debate a Catholic on if the filioque is logical, or would I rather debate it on like do the fathers teach it? Like would I rather talk to a Muslim about their paradigm and like dive deep into that, or would I just defend how Christianity is consistent?
Right.
Because if
That's what I'm
Christianity is
saying.
consistent, then Islam is false by virtue. And if the fathers, for example, the fathers don't teach filioque, filioque is false. It doesn't matter if you think it's logical. So it's like taking the long route to make them look bad rather than just defending what is true.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
Islam
I
in
would agree.
itself, like yeah,
But I
Islam in
do think I
itself,
do think
it's an
there can
entire
be definitely
paradigm.
a purpose to showing how these top people that are to exposing these like sophists on the internet that you know deceive many people, right? I do think there's a purpose to that. But I think having whole lives directed towards just disproving Islam isn't really like helping anyone, to be honest.
No, but I agree with
No.
I agree with arts in the sense of like we do apologetics, but you've got to be able to do counter apologetic. Like obviously you're doing
Yeah.
defense, but you've got to be able to attack as well.
Yeah, and I like to. I actually kind of disagree on that stance. No, Lumen, but with the fact I agree with Lumen perfectly. With the fact that polemics is needed. I just say that it's bad to do in isolation, because like I mean I'm sure you guys have heard this example many times, right? In order to put a new engine in the car, you have to take the old one out, and these guys have been brainwashed into Islam. You have to understand that it's not like us Christians where we have the free will of, being able to research. These guys, there's a toxic culture within the religion, and you have to actually be able to. What's the word I'm looking for? Like uncalibrate whatever the right word is. Like decalibrate their brain, before you can actually preach to them. Because if they have this idea that Islam is the truth, it's no matter what you do, no matter how much you preach about Christ and how amazing he is and how historically accurate and consistent Christianity is, if they're still brainwashed into Islam, nothing's gonna happen. And that's been my experience with the thousands of Muslims.
Well, I mean, I think that the yeah, I mean that's fair, but I think the point is that if someone's like brainwashed into Islam, there's not much you can do to give an argument against them that's gonna make them leave Islam regardless. Because brainwashing has nothing to do with reason.
Yeah, and you also kind of have to like doing, and this is obviously my perspective too, but the only paradigm that's fully consistent is like the Eastern Orthodox paradigm. So like, if you're arguing from, because here's the thing, all of here's the thing, I've heard this said before, and you know maybe a Muslim will pick up on this someday, but literally all a Muslim has to say to one of these churchless apologists is, "Do you follow the apostles?" And once they start stuttering, it's like, "Oh, so neither of us follow the apostles," and then it just falls apart from there, because the apostles are the ones who Jesus entrusted with the faith of the church. So if you don't follow them, you don't follow Jesus. But nobody wants to really hear that. So it's like I don't know. I don't know how they haven't picked up
Yeah,
on that.
exactly. I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, the point, like I said, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with like polemics. I think polemics can be a good thing in terms of exposing sophists and exposing like false religions in a specific way. But as I said, I think that the way in which polemic should be practiced is not having a whole live dedicated to, oh yeah, Muhammad's a false prophet, or like, or I mean that would be a different one, but like, you could just show that from scripture. But like, a different one would be like, oh yeah, Allah is composite or something, right? Like, or like Jesus isn't the Messiah according to Islam. Like that's um or I mean there's just like many. I think that it's better to just, like, if you're doing lives, to actually defend the truth of Christ and use your understanding of Islam or other religions as a way to expose the sophistry of people, and by exposing them, the audience would then come to Christ. Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey, I just got a quick question.
Sure.
All right. So, what is the punishment according to God if a man rapes a woman?
Are you talking about Deuteronomy 22?
I very much am.
Yeah. Do you know what the Hebrew word is?
The what word?
The Hebrew word.
No.
Doesn't like 6 verses above, or like a few verses above, it clearly says when a man actually rapes a woman, the man has to be unalived and the woman has to be done nothing because the woman's innocent. Isn't that in the same chapter of Deuteronomy 22?
Yes. Read if you read 27. Read 27, 18.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to
Yeah,
it.
your false understanding too could come from bad translations like the
Yeah, the
NIV. It's like
NIV says great.
the NIV basically just
Terrible
says,
translation.
well, it's like if she's assaulted, then the man dies. If she does nothing, and then the next one is like if she's assaulted, then they get married. Like that's just not what it translates to directly.
Exactly. Yeah, but anyway, it's a false translation of the NIV. That's the first thing. But the other thing would be
Okay. That
he.
makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense.
Are you Christian, by the way?
I don't really know.
Okay. Yeah. Here, I'll show you. So.
But wait. But before you read 27, could you read 26
Yeah.
or 25
I'll
and
just show him.
26?
I'll just show him what the actual, like, here. So this is the NIV, right? This is what the NIV says. It says, if it happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and grapes her, they are discovered. So the language we actually see here, that the reason this is so problematic is because it says they. That's the first thing, right? If that's a true translation, if that's a good translation of the passage, the language of they wouldn't be used, because specifically when someone grapes someone, it's not that they are found, it's that he's found with her, right? Because they implies consent, like they implies that they're doing an action together, right? But if we pull up this, and it says, I'll read verse 26 as well.
Read the verse above as well.
Yeah.
Read verse 25.
Yeah, verse 20. Yeah, I'll start at 25.
Because
But
it
if in
just
the
completely
country's
refutes what you're
side,
saying.
a man finds a young woman betrothed and forces her, the man lies with her, he shall die. The man who lay with her only, right? So the man who lays with her is the one who should die if he forces her.
And why? It explains why after. Because the woman's done nothing, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
It says because the woman's done nothing.
It says the
so,
woman's done, and the young woman, you shall not do anything, because she didn't sin. Right. That's basically what it says. So.
All right, that makes a lot more sense
Yeah.
now.
So
Thanks,
here, I'll
man.
show you the actual Hebrew word for this word, which is to seize, and I think it's the word tafas, which just means, let me see, is it here? Yeah, tafas. So tafas just means to like seduce, right? I can here. So it means to seize, to capture, to manipulate, right? Or to manipulate. So it doesn't necessarily mean like when it's saying that it means that like he seduced her. So there's another thing here specifically as well. The the word Deuteronomy means it just means second law, right?
Mm.
Yeah, exactly, Contray. It's like a player rather than somebody who's actually forcefully having intercourse with someone, right? Or like forcefully raping someone. So the word Deuteronomy means second law. So a lot of the laws and the things that are stated within Deuteronomy are stated within other passages. So within the Torah. So I think is it Exodus 22 as well? Let me see if I can find it. It might be. I'm pretty sure it's Exodus 16 where it speaks about this as well, right? Let's see. Here it is. I think. It's 22:16. That's right. Here. If a man entice, so this is the same law it's speaking about because it has the same bride price, right? It says if a man entices a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall surely pay the bride price for her to be his wife. For a father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money according to the bride price of virgins. You see? So this is the restating of the same law. So he's saying it's basically what it's saying is the punishment is if a woman consents to having schmex with a man, right? And he takes her virginity because he had enticed her or seduced her to do so, then he ought to marry her because they've made this decision. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you so much, dude. Like, actually.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. That was all I'd ask.
God
All right.
bless.
You have a great day, man.
You too.
I love how the Muslim.
Huh?
I love how the Muslims appeal to. They appeal to the rabbinic rabbis
Yeah, I know.
as if we have anything, as if we care anything about what they say about the text.
Exactly. Yeah, Tiger, what's up, man? Do you
Yeah, I
want to address
came
the
up
prompt?
to go on about the Deuteronomy verse.
Yeah, do you want to address the prompts?
The verses before that. What's that?
Do you want to address the prompt?
Oh, so you don't want to speak about what
I'm
you just
asking if
spoke
you want to
about to
address the
that God?
prompt.
Yeah, okay, Jesus is not God.
Okay, so why don't you think Jesus is God?
Because he says not to pray to him.
Where does he say that?
He doesn't say that he can do anything himself.
Where does
He's
he
always
say?
dependent.
Okay,
I don't
so that's
worship.
your shotgunning. Where does he say
Let,
that you shouldn't
let's
pray to him?
let's read John 14 actually because
One
he's
second.
he's
Yeah,
shouting,
okay.
1 second. All right,
shouting
so
out.
Tiger, where does he say not to pray to him?
Okay. Asking him to do something and he says he won't do it. Does that mean it's praying to him?
Huh?
He literally says the opposite.
He
Go
says,
read
"Ask
John
anything
14.
in my name."
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. What if he says, don't ask me? Is that not pray?
But just show the verse.
No, I'm asking
I
you
don't
a
know why you're
question
trying
though
to show
before they kill.
these like
Listen,
traps.
why does it say don't ask me?
Yeah, these like traps are really
Okay, if I
cringe.
show
I don't know
you,
why you're trying to clip
Wait,
farm.
okay,
why
Show the
does it say don't
verse.
ask
so
me anything?
why are you guys so like shaken
No,
up?
Tiger.
Relax.
So I don't know. See, this is like so. Look, this is what like Dawa Bros do. This is so they try to clip farm people. So they ask preliminary questions because they have a false interpretation of a passage, and then
Okay.
they try to trap people by asking questions before they get to the verse. So Tiger,
Is
how
it a
about you
trap?
rather than trying to clip farm, maybe you could
Is it a
provide
trap?
1 second. Maybe you could provide the verse and we could discuss that instead.
Okay. So he said that John 14 says to pray to him, right? Ask him anything in his name and he'll do it.
Yeah.
Stop asking questions. Give us the actual
No,
argument.
you presented that. You presented
Yeah,
that.
so if I'm presenting and stop asking questions and present the argument.
Okay, so I'll refute what you just said about that. But anyway, John 16:23, Jesus says,
my days.
in that day, he's speaking about when he leaves earth, you shall ask me
It's
nothing.
so low tier.
Yeah, it's
You okay, low tier. Okay, refute me then, low tier. Do you wanna debate me one-on-one, Mr. Low tier?
Hey, go ahead, Lumen. You got it, bro. Yeah.
John 16:23.
Yeah.
I mean, the verse after actually refutes it says, "Until now, you have not asked for anything in my name. Ask and you receive."
That's
So
because
that's
he's
your
in
joy being
front of
complete.
them.
So
John
what does he say?
6:23
What does he
is
say after
talking
that?
about. Okay,
What
can I
does he say after?
respond to what you just said?
What did I just say? What did I say?
John
What
6:23.
did I say?
He's saying
What did I
you said
say?
in John 16. You said in John 16:24. He says, "In that day you have not asked me. Ask me, and you will receive."
No, that's not what I said.
You just read that verse, and that's what the verse
Let me
says.
read
Go
it.
read the
Wait, let me
verse.
read it
You'll
for
see
you
it.
again because you're not listening. It says, "Until now, you have not asked for anything in my name.
Yeah.
Ask and you will receive." What does that mean?
Okay. So let me respond. That's exactly what I just said to you.
What does that mean?
Let me respond. Are you going to cut me off, or are you going to let me respond?
Go ahead.
John 16:23. He says, "In that day you shall ask me nothing." This means you should not pray to me after I've departed the earth, because I am not in front of you. You have to ask the Father in my name, and he will give it to you.
So wait, I'm
Because he, let me finish, he is the one that's capable of listening to you and granting what you want. In John 16:24, he says, "Until now you have asked me nothing," asking you because he's in front of him, he's alive. It's two different scenarios.
embarrassing.
On earth, in
This
front
is
of
such a
them,
terrible.
they can ask him and he'll do it.
What does
But
it mean?
after
What
he
is it? What does he
departs,
mean
you
here
shall
by
ask me
asking the
nothing.
Father, Tiger?
What's that?
So when he says "ask the Father in my name," what does that mean?
It just means that you're asking the Father and using the name of Jesus because
what does
Jesus
name
done a
mean?
Is what does
sacrifice for
name
you.
mean?
Yeah. In this
It,
context, what does name actually like mean?
it's just like saying, "I worship the God of Abraham." I'm mentioning
What?
Abraham's
What?
name.
Answer my question.
Wait. So when you say you're worshiping God, are you worshiping God in the name of Abraham when you say he's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
I'm saying mentioning
Wait,
his
can you answer
name
that
is
question?
putting up
When you
his.
say wait, Tiger, when you say that you worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, are you worshiping
Yeah,
God in
you're
the name of
using their
Abraham, Isaac,
names
and
because
Jacob?
of how you're using their names because of their status.
Yes
Are
or
you
no?
wait? Are you invoking their name?
No, you're not invoking
Okay,
So
their
then
name.
thank
your
you.
argument's done.
That's not. So that's not.
That's
That's not the point.
Invoking their name is when
So
the
let me
person
ask you
can hear
again.
you.
I'm gonna keep on asking you till you get a calm. Maybe you
Jesus
don't know.
can't
Maybe
hear you.
okay. Listen. Maybe you don't know. Maybe I have to educate you. Okay. I'm gonna keep on asking you till you get it right. What is the name? What is the meaning of name in this context?
It means to mention Jesus' name to the
What
Father
does
to
that
show
mean?
you.
Yo, what
Guys,
does
you're
that
using.
mean?
What does that
Why do
mean?
you keep cutting me? Why do you keep cutting me?
Because
Look,
you're
What
not
is it? What does it
answering.
mean?
I
It's
am
you can
answering and you
answer
keep
with
cutting
one
me. So
word.
how am I
I'll
going to
help
answer if
you.
you keep cutting me?
I'll help you out. It begins with the letter A. What does it mean?
Are you going to cut me if I respond?
It's one word. It's literally one
respond.
word.
Go ahead. Respond. Let's see if you know.
I'm saying I'm going to respond to what it means by "in the name of."
Yeah, go
Okay,
on.
go ahead. Answer.
Okay,
It's a one-word
in the
answer.
name of,
Trust me.
it's showing the virtue of Jesus of what he did
The
for you on
virtue.
this earth.
What?
So
Wait.
look.
So wait.
Is it?
In the
Yeah,
name.
go ahead.
Wait. In the name of someone. What does that mean?
You're just using them as a mediator.
He
I
doesn't
They
know,
can't
bro.
hear
Just
you.
tell him.
Where did?
Just
So
tell
what
him,
can?
bro. He doesn't
That's just
know.
wrong.
Wait. Let's say let's say there's a king, right? Someone comes to you in the name of the king. What does that mean?
Yeah, you're mentioning that person's name.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wow.
I
Okay,
am
wait.
coming. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So okay, we could just go to the Greek here because I think this is just embarrassing.
No, but I don't think you want. Imagine if he doesn't
You know
understand
the
it.
funny thing is,
If he doesn't
none of you have
understand English.
responded. Listen to me. None of you have responded to what he
No,
said.
I
In that
promise
day,
you.
you shall ask me nothing. Ask the Father, and He will give it to you.
This
None
the
of you have
answer to this
responded to that.
question. No. The answer to this
You have not
question is
responded to
gonna
that.
refute you. This is
You're
why.
just
This is
saying
why.
in the name of. In the name of doesn't mean you're praying to
It's
Him.
very
It
simple,
just means
Tiger.
it just
Tiger,
says that you're
I'll tell
mentioning
you
His
what.
name.
I'll tell you. It's very simple. Look, here's the response. So the response is specifically just going to be that when we ask something in the name of the Father, by virtue, in the name of Christ, to the Father, by virtue of that, we're asking the Son.
No, you're not. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Of course you can. Like I said, John.
Who's
14.
given it to you? Who's giving it to you?
It
Who's
doesn't.
giving it
That's
to you?
now you're switching. Now you're
No,
switching.
no,
it.
no, 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 no.
Can-
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
no,
matter.
Tiger.
It does matter.
You said, can he
Who's giving it
hear?
to you? Yeah.
Okay,
Where's your evidence?
yes.
If you can hear, why isn't he giving it to you?
Yeah.
Who's giving it to
Huh?
you?
What are you talking about?
Who's giving it to you?
Who's giving me the evidence that he can hear my prayers?
When you're asking for something, who's giving it to you?
He says he's giving it to me. That's why I'm asking his name.
Who?
Christ.
What? You're a liar. Show me where it says, I will give it to you. Go,
Yeah, he
show
says,
me.
ask anything in my name and I will give it to you.
No, bro, that's different context. He's speaking to Philip.
You said
'cause
show me
Philip's in
anywhere.
doubt.
You said show me anywhere where he says
I
that,
said
Tiger.
in that verse.
No, you didn't.
In John 16:23.
No, you didn't.
Wait,
That's
so-
what I'm talking
No, you
about.
didn't. Why? No, you didn't.
When he's speaking in John 14, he's not speaking to you. He's speaking to Philip because Philip's in doubt of his religion.
No, he says, whatever you ask in my name, I will give to you.
Yeah, who is he speaking to? Who is he speaking
Does
to?
it matter? That means he has. Look, that
Oh,
means
yes,
he has.
it does matter.
No, it doesn't matter because that means he has the power and the
It does
authority
matter. Go
to
read
grant
it.
him
Go read it.
whatever
Go.
he
Go.
asks.
Go read it. Go read it. Go read
Is
John
what?
14,
Okay, Tiger.
9 to
Is
15.
whatever exhaustive?
Is what?
Is whatever an exhaustive term?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, so it's exhausting the capacity by which it's saying that Christ has the ability to answer Philip's request.
Philip is in doubt and Jesus is in front of him. He can help him with whatever he wants. But after he
wait,
departs,
that's not what.
Listen.
No.
Listen, please. Philip is in front of him. He's alive. Philip is in doubt. Jesus is saying, I'll help you with whatever you want. I will do the same thing with my friend. I could say the same thing to him.
Okay, so
But Jesus says in John 16:23, in that day you shall ask me nothing. Why? Because he's not in front of them. He says, who does he say to pray to? He says, ask the Father and he will give it to you. Not ask me and I will give it to you. Ask him.
Okay,
So this is two
so what does it
different
mean?
occasions.
So what does it mean here? When he says in verse 12, most assuredly I say to you, he who believes in me, the works that I do, he will do also, and greater works than these he will do, because I go to my Father. And whatever you ask in my name, that I will do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask anything in my name, I will do it.
Philip.
So, no, it doesn't just say that. It doesn't say just Philip.
Go to the top.
Does
Go
it
to
say
the
just
top. Go to
Philip?
verse 9. Just go to verse 9.
No, it doesn't say just Philip.
He's
talking.
speaking to
Verse
Philip
12 is
directly.
speaking
Go
about
to verse
believers.
9. No,
Yeah, so-
go to verse
listen,
9.
we
Why don't you
know-
go to
listen,
verse 9 then?
Listen. We know this is
You
going
want
to
to
be
ignore
universal to
context. Go to
everyone.
verse
Yo,
9.
Arts, 1 second. So, look, Tiger. It's very simple. The context here is he who believes in me, the works I
He's
do, he will
speaking
do
to
also.
Philip.
One second. And greater works than these he will do because I go to my Father. Then he says, whatever you ask in my name. So he's saying the people that are doing these works are doing these works by virtue of them asking in his name.
Okay, you're going to go to verse 9?
And then even here, look, even the verse after,
Why are you
the verse
skipping
9.
verse 9?
Verse
Why
9
are
is
you
just
skipping verse 9?
telling me that he's having a conversation with Philip. That doesn't tell me anything.
Speak to,
And then he
go
says,
to
verse 9 says,
to
if you've seen
15.
me, you've seen the
Read in
Father. How is that
context.
going to help you, Tiger?
No, because reading context. Go to verse 9.
Verse 9 just tells me he's having a conversation with Philip.
Can you go to verse 9, please?
Yeah, he says,
I think
look, that's
the
not
argument's
telling me
going over his
anything.
head. The point's going over.
I don't
his
know
head.
why you guys are muting me. I'm being very civil with
Look,
you.
so,
I'm just
Tiger,
asking
you're
you
not
to read
paying
the
attention.
verses to get
The
context.
point is,
And you don't want to
that-
do that.
Tiger, the point's going over your head. Now, I don't grant you at all. This is Christ giving his message to one person. I think clearly Christ is using Philip. He's using Philip's doubt to then parallel a broader message. We know this because of verse, I think, 13, when it talks about the fact that he's going to the Father. He's setting the context in post-ascension, which means we're not going to be here on earth. He's not going to be here on earth for us to actually ask him anything, because he's clearly put the context post-ascension. Now, how the
Can you
hell
go to
can
verse
you ask
9,
someone?
please? I
Bro,
don't know why you're
verse
not
9 is
asking
only
verse
going to
9.
tell you that he's having a conversation with Philip.
Why
Look,
are you
I
not
wanted
going to
to
verse
answer
9?
my question.
Why are you
I
not
want to answer
going
my
there,
question,
though? That's
Tiger.
the question.
How can I ask someone? What's the only valid way of communication with someone who's not on earth but alive in heaven? What's the only valid way of communication I can do?
He is speaking to
I don't
Philip
give two
on
tosses.
earth.
Answer my question.
No,
What
you
is the
refuse,
only
and he
if
leaves the.
Christ is put in the context post ascension? This
Go
is
back to the
embarrassing.
verse.
Okay,
Go back to the verse.
this is
Go back to the
embarrassing
verse.
for you. This is
I'm
really
embarrassing
embarrassing.
all of you. You're not even listening to what I'm saying to you.
We're dodging.
Answer my question. If Christ is putting the
No, no.
context post
Listen.
ascension,
I'm not going anywhere. He's going.
oh, okay.
Go to
You can
verse
just
9,
get out,
please.
bro. You can
Go
just
to
get
verse
out
9.
if you don't want to engage.
Yeah, kick me. It means you lost. It means you
Do
lost.
you
the
think
debate.
anyone
Simple.
disagrees with you? Wait, do you think anyone disagrees with you here that Christ is talking to Philip? Literally, no one does. The point
Okay,
is,
so the
Christ
command
is
was to
using his
Philip, not to you.
conversation.
No, that doesn't.
Christ is using his conversation to parallel a broader message. And we know this. Listen, notice how I've addressed the Philip conversation. I'm not lying. I'm not afraid of the Philip conversation. He's using that to parallel a broader message, right? And we know this, Ya Allah. We know this because of verse, I think, 13 or 12, when Christ puts the context of that passage post-ascension. Unless I have to bring up your own Quran.
He
to prove
never
to you how you
mentions
also believe in
post-ascension
355.
about.
Well,
Wait, wait,
Unless I have
let's
to pull
not
up your own
even
Quran
go to
to
the
prove
Quran.
to you
There's no
how
point.
Christ
There's no
also
point.
has
Show
a
me.
different paradigm.
There's no point to go.
Show
to
me.
If
Show
Christ
me.
is post-ascension, if he's talking about
Show me anywhere
post-ascension,
he says to ask him anything post-ascension. Go.
because I'm going to the Father, you donkey. Oh
Yeah,
my
what's
God,
that
That's
bro,
got to
literally
do
what
with
he
focus
said.
on.
anything?
Look,
He's
look,
speaking
look,
to
look, look.
Philip.
He says
He's
here.
such a
Look,
donkey.
because look, here's what he
This
says.
guy's
Because
lost.
I go to my Father. When is he going to the
Yeah,
Father?
that's because he's speaking to Philip. So Philip wants
when is
something.
he going to the
When he goes
Father?
the-
Yo, someone clip this.
Are you gonna be?
When
You're
is he
gonna be
going to the
listening to me, or
Father?
you're gonna keep cutting me?
Tiger. When is Philip going to the
When
Father?
Philip wants something, Jesus is leaving Earth. When he goes to the Father, he
So
tells
it's
the Father what Philip
post-ascension.
wants.
So it's post-ascension. Philip is asking him something.
That's. Are you okay? Are
No,
you guys
look,
okay?
look.
You guys okay?
No. Look. Here's what he's saying. Greater
He
works than
heard
these.
him when he was
He
on
will.
Earth.
One second. So this is speaking about believers, right? Right.
He heard him when he was on
Look,
Earth.
because notice how he's talking. Notice how he's using in third person, right? He's not addressing Philip. If you want to hold to this, I'm gonna beg you on that. He says, "I say to you, he who believes in me." Is Christ saying, Philip? Most assuredly, I tell you, if you believe in me, or is he using third person language to
He's
parallel, like I've
speaking
been saying
to
for the
Philip.
millionth time, a broader? How, bro? Have you failed English class? This is
Does
embarrassing.
he say, "He who believes in me will ask me anything"?
Yes.
Where?
What?
Show me.
That's literally the
Show me.
context. Well, he doesn't say.
No,
whatever.
that's not the That's your context.
That
You
is the
guys are
context.
liars.
Look, let's read it. Most assuredly, I say to you,
show
he
me where
who
it says
one
that.
second, he who
Ooh,
believes
this
in
guy's
me,
Yeah.
stop talking. The works that I do, he will also. So look,
Yeah.
okay, what constitutes them being able to do?
What's this got to do with what I said?
Okay,
You didn't
I'm
refute me.
showing
I
you.
refuted you.
Listen, what constitutes them being able to do the works greater than these that he's speaking about?
Because you're showing that Jesus is
What
not literally
constitutes
saying
it?
you can.
What
Can you do?
constitutes
All right,
it?
all right. Do you
Tiger?
believe in Jesus? Do you believe in Jesus?
Don't run. What constitutes it?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
Answer
to this.
You're not okay. So you're not answering my question.
Do you believe in Jesus?
Stop talking. What constitutes them being able to do greater works than these?
He's so cooked. He's actually so cooked.
You want to engage?
Can you guys stop muting me?
You
You
wanna
muted me like
engage?
5 times. I am engaging. You're not listening.
So what constitutes them being able to do greater works than these?
He's not literally saying you're going to do greater works. He's just saying
He's
it
speaking about in
metaphorically.
quantity.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so can you
yeah.
do greater works than Jesus?
In quantity, yeah.
Quantity, yes,
Oh,
because
you
he was
can.
only
You can.
preaching
Yeah.
for
You
3
can do
years.
greater works than Jesus.
Quantity, listen, brother, not quality. I know by the fact that you don't know what name means.
So you can do more works than Jesus. What works can you do more than Jesus?
Because he was preaching for
He's
3
talking about on
years.
earth.
We have 2,000 years to do more works
3
than
years.
Jesus. That's a
He was only
stupid
preaching for
question.
3 years. Jesus was only preaching for 3 years.
Yeah.
Your God was
Yes.
preaching for
Are
3
you
years.
are you familiar
Yo,
with this or
Tiger,
not,
I don't
bro?
know what the
Do we
rhetoric
have
is
to
for.
teach
Look,
you a
You know
paradigm?
why you said
no,
3
look,
years?
yo, Ards, don't Learn. Look, what constitutes them being able
Stop
to do greater
muting me,
works than
man. Like,
these?
man up.
And
I'm 1 versus 4 of
stop
you.
talking. You're not. You're talking to me. What constitutes the believers being able to do greater works than these? Believing in who?
Believing in Jesus, but it's not
Thank
saying
you.
that
So
Jesus
okay,
is
so the
telling.
reason that they're able to do greater works than these is it constitutes because of who Jesus is. Them believing in Jesus.
It's not.
No. Look, them believing in Jesus constitutes them being able to do greater works than these.
He's not telling you to ask him, though.
Oh my days! The power by which they're able to do these things is because of believing in Christ.
Believing
Right?
in him doesn't mean you're asking
Oh
him.
my
I believe in
gosh!
Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Doesn't mean I'm asking him.
Okay, is believing in Muhammad the reason you're able to ask Allah for things?
So for me to be a Muslim, I must believe in my
That's
Prophet
not what I
Muhammad, peace
asked
be
you.
upon him. I just answered you.
Is believing in Muhammad the reason you're able to ask Allah for things?
Yes. Without believing in Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Before
without
Muhammad,
believing in Muhammad, peace be upon
before
him.
Muhammad, could you ask
Can
Allah
I
for things?
respond? Can I respond?
Before Muhammad,
After Prophet Muhammad, peace be
could you
upon him,
ask Allah for things?
before Muhammad, peace be upon him, you have to follow the last prophet. You have to believe in the last prophet.
Wait, Ara, trust me. I have a distracting question for him. Trust me, Ara. Can you say right now to everyone?
No. You aren't going anywhere. Stick
Wait,
to these verses.
Tiger, one sec. I have one question for you, bro.
So
I
you
want you
say
to
I
answer me.
divert. You guys are
Tiger.
diverting. I'm
No.
responding to this.
It's directly on topic. Please just answer my question. Can you say right now, I ask Allah for blessings in the name of Muhammad? I dare you.
I'm not
dare you.
responding to you. We're speaking to
I
this.
dare you say it. I dare you.
We're
You
speaking about this.
either say it, trying to refute me and commit shirk,
Bro,
or you don't
our
say it and
religion
concede
is
to the argument.
your
Guys,
religion
keep him
is
on this.
different to mine.
Say
You guys
this, say it
do
right
things
now.
differently.
Say, I ask Allah for blessings in the name of Muhammad. I dare you. You got 4
We
people
don't
watching.
say what you guys say in your prayer.
Wait,
You Catholics Hail Mary. You're going to tell me to Hail Mary?
why? Would it be blasphemous? Would it be shirk
According
if
to
you
our
asked in the name of
religion, yeah.
Muhammad?
We ask Allah.
In your religion, it would be.
You
All right,
guys
thank
can
you.
ask saints and
Wait, so
Mary.
if it's blasphemous,
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you. He's just wasting time. You guys fall for his time wasting, literally.
Just running.
there we are, guys. It was that simple. Just ask him if he can ask for anything in Allah's name, in Allah, in the name of Muhammad. It's that easy.
Yeah. He doesn't understand that by virtue of invoking the power of Christ, you're asking him.
Because let me now answer what he couldn't answer. When you're asking on the name, you're invoking the authority.
Didn't want to answer. The Greek word literally means power or authority. That's what so like the point was here is literally all it's saying is that the end to which people make request is it returns to the monarch. This is our doxology, right? We pray in the Spirit, through the Son, and towards the Father. That's our doxology. So we're invoking the name of Christ when we pray. And it's not to say that we're not invoking the Son or asking the Son in his name, because Christ says this. We're not asking the Father to the negation of them. Our prayers are directed towards the Father. You can come engage with that if you want. Tiger.
Okay. During the Muslim prayers, do we mention other names in our prayers?
Didn't ask you that.
No, it's exactly what you're talking about. You're saying that because you mentioned Jesus' name, you're invoking him and it's going through him so you could get to the Father. The end goal for your prayer is the Father. It's not the Son, which is my point. The end goal is who God is.
Yeah, do you know what?
So can you answer to why? So can you answer to why Jesus in John 16:23? This is my main argument.
I just answered.
Why is it that when Jesus departs the earth,
wait, Tiger, this is your
you
main
have to
argument?
ask the Father.
This is your main argument?
You have to, yes.
This is your main
you
argument?
have to ask the Father.
Okay,
Yes.
wait, okay, can you refute what I just said? how this refutes the Trinitarian paradigm.
Bro, because you're not even answering me, bro.
I just answered it. I dropped you and I answered the
You
question.
did not answer me. I asked, why is Jesus saying in
What did I
that
say while
day,
you were in the
you
comments?
shall
Listen,
ask the
what did I
Father
say?
and he will
What did
give
I
it to you,
say
not
when you
me.
were in the comments?
You and him were talking. I don't know exactly what you just said.
That's just okay. So now you don't know.
You said
Now
that
you didn't
you
listen.
were invoking.
So were you talking over yourself in the comments? Were you talking over? Were you
No,
talking
I
over
was
the
listening
live
to
in the
both of you
comments?
at once. I can't remember every single thing you said.
I've answered it twice.
Okay, one second.
You okay?
No, I'm breathing because I'm asking you. You're not listening.
Okay, I
Once
literally
again,
answered the question
why is
already.
Jesus? No, you didn't.
Yes, I
Why
did.
is
What was my answer
Jesus
to the question,
saying?
Tiger?
You said because by mentioning his name, your religion means that you're praying to him.
My religion.
It does not mean that.
Not what I said, bro. Tiger is the most low tier Dawa bro in the business, man. Only you guys. Look, these people, they do this over and over and over. Try to clip farm, do these preliminary questions, all of this stuff. Go to the verses, they can't justify their interpretation. Going and asking these questions. Oh, well, if Jesus says, don't do anything, don't ask me anything, is that going to negate his divinity? Well, that's not the specific context of that passage, right? And so they ask these preliminary questions because they can't justify their interpretations. He doesn't say he won't give it to you, Tiger. I fell asleep at like 1:30 now. The request if you guys have a contention with the prompt. Tiger, you're low tier, man. You literally said Christ is all powerful while he's on earth. Like, you're just slow.
My bad. Requested by accident.
Yo, Jaden, that's crazy, bro. What the heck? What's up, man?
But you really got him, bro.
Huh?
You really got him.
Wait, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Sorry, my headphones. Yeah, you really got this dude, bro.
Oh yeah, he's
Yeah.
Tiger's is what I like to call one of the reoccurring customers on that's in like the Dawa scene, right? These people, there's certain people that like they come up on lives and every single time they have a discussion, they just get baked, right? And he's one of them. Like, it's bad, like every single time, bro.
Bro, this guy would be one of the Dawa guys who will meet outside of the mall with the Dawa stand. Like, come to Islam.
Yeah, Tiger also, he said what constitutes them being able to do a greater works than these is believing in Christ. He really does contrite. This man has been on TikTok for years doing this, bro. And he just gets cooked over and over again. It's embarrassing.
If I would be if I'll be in TikTok for like more than 1 year, I should get smarter, bro. But I think he's getting dumber.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Maybe it's because he's old, I guess. Mm. I think it when the day of judgment will come, bro. Wait.
Yeah, exactly. They literally do things in the name of Christ after the ascension. But yeah, this is a good live, guys. I don't think anyone's requesting. I think the live's kind of dying down. So I might go live later if I'm free. But I'm gonna go chill for a bit, maybe. I'll bring up this last guest and then I'm probably gonna hop off live. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Do you have a contention with the prompts?
Yeah, so, just real quick before I ask on the prompts, is it like in general, like, is Jesus God? Like, that's the debate, or it's like
Well, I mean,
the
you can
debate
ask any
all of
questions
Christianity?
pertaining to Christianity as well as pertaining to like the prompts.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would have more of a less a question on the regards of, cause I sometimes like get confused on when people say like, and I mean absolutely no disrespect, but like
Yeah.
I get confused on the point where people sometimes are like he's like all knowing and stuff. Yet sometimes they describe him as having like emotions or like reactions to things, but if
God
he
having
knows
emotions?
everything.
Or like are you saying Jesus and the incarnation having emotions?
I think it would be both because if I'm not mistaken, I think there's like at least one passage somewhere in the Bible where it notes that Jesus was like he felt like sad or disappointed
Well, yeah,
in
Christ is
like
truly human, so he has
actions.
emotions in that respect. But anytime in the Old Testament when we say that God had emotion or God repented or God did any of these like particular actions that it describes about him, it's what's called anthropomorphic language. So God is so beyond our comprehension, right? And he's outside of time. The way in which we understand certain things that God acts in creation within divine revelation is through him anthropomorphizing or specifically using language that is like human type of language in order to convey a concept so we can understand it. So it's like by analogy, essentially. It's not saying that God literally
Mm.
has emotions.
But then if God doesn't have emotions, how could he be all loving if
Because love is an
like
emotion.
loving someone? I
Love
mean,
love means to will the good for another.
not
Yeah,
necessarily.
that's
I
that's what
mean,
love
I
is.
guess,
That's what the Christian understanding of
yeah,
love is. Love means to will the good for another. It's not just an emotion.
but I would say that more like most people would consider love an emotion. Like you'd be like,
Yeah,
I
it's a
love
human.
this
Well,
person,
that's
and
that's so. Most people would consider it a reactionary thing, but that's just like a passion. That's just a desire, right? So that's just like a desire for connection with someone and communion with someone. But love, in the true sense of what the Christianity teaches, is that it's to will the good for someone. It's actually to enact the love of Christ or the will of Christ within um, the life of an individual, right? It's actually showing them the way in which Christ lived. It's to be an icon of Christ. So it's not to say that like love is just a mere emotion.
But you would say it's to will like prosperity onto somebody else.
To will the good for someone, not just prosperity, good in the sense of you will them like you do actions of charity towards them would be one thing, right? But the other thing would be the desire for them to go to heaven, right? To will for them to actually unite to Christ.
But then that's also a bit confusing because it's like, how would God want to will somebody be like, I will you to like go to heaven and all this stuff, if he already knows if they are or aren't going to make it
Because
like
a will is just
before.
so like God could will someone to go to heaven. He could want or desire someone to go to heaven, but going to heaven is based off the condition in which we cooperate with the grace of God. So when I say that like someone goes to heaven, that's not to say that's because they merited heaven, right? But it's rather to say that when God gives someone the grace in which they're able to participate in that grace, that's when they go to heaven. So the condition by which someone is saved and goes to heaven is by cooperating and being in relationship with God, and by participating in His grace through the sacraments. So that's the difference. So God desires all to go to heaven, and God gives all the grace in which they're able to participate in it, but only few participate within that grace.
I see that point. Well, that's actually a really good point. I do like what you said there. I really do. But then also I sit here and I think about it, and it's like, if he does want everybody to like eventually be in heaven, and yes, you would say like, oh, decisions of people is what eventually leads them to be in heaven or in hell, it's like, why even make a hell to begin with,
Hell isn't
right?
created.
Like,
So
so it always existed?
hell isn't a place. Hell is a state of being, and what hell is to be deprived of good. So basically what our view of evil is that evil is the privation or the lack of goodness. It's not something that has a real substance. Evil doesn't really exist in the same way that coldness or darkness doesn't exist. It doesn't have any existence. It's just the lack. Darkness is the lack of light. Coldness is the lack of heat, right? Like if I'm standing in front of a fire and I back away from the fire and I get colder, the coldness wasn't a substance. I got cold because I stepped away from the fire, right?
Yes, but wouldn't you say you have
evil
to
is a
reside
privation.
somewhere?
So go ahead.
Like, wouldn't you say they have to reside somewhere? For like example, like half of
Because the
heaven, when it
soul
fell,
isn't
where
physical.
would they reside?
The soul isn't physical. So the soul is not, it's immaterial. So it doesn't have like a place. So it's
But
a
wouldn't
state,
you
it's a
say
state
when we
of being.
die?
So when someone is in hell, it's a state of being that they experience, in which they participate in God, insofar as God is like a consuming fire. This is what this means. So what that means is that God is eternally loving someone, but they're perceiving that love as like a fire, basically, right? So I'll give you an example, right? If you like throw paper in a furnace, right, it's gonna burn up because those two substances are opposed to each other, right? Paper and fire, they're opposed. But if you put iron in a furnace, because those two things are not opposed to each other, the iron then submits to the will of the fire, which is to purify it. So when someone is in union with God, their will submits to that of God and allows God's grace to purify them. But when their substance and their will is opposed to God, they then are privated of goodness. and so they get sick. It leads to certain things like death. This is what caused the fall. This isn't a system that God created per se, but if God is life himself, and you choose to not participate in God, then you wouldn't be participating in life. So that's where that's what hell is it's the state of being in which true life is to be in union with God. True life isn't just existing, it's to be in union with God. And so hell is it's not like just the absence of God's presence. It's God eternally loving someone, but their will is opposed to God. And so because God is the perfect goodness, they're not participating in true life. And this is what the second death is. It's a spiritual death, right? Because the true life is to be in union with the good. There's a few examples St. Maximus gives actually of basically what it means to be good or what it means to be perfect is to do what your nature was created for, right? For example, when I say it's not just to be free or something. When I say a knife is good, usually when I say a knife is good, that's because I'm saying that it's sharp, right? It cuts well. It does what it's made for properly. And so, but if a knife is dull, then it's not a good knife, because the nature of a knife, what it's meant to do, is to be sharp. So what a good knife is not just one that can cut anything. It's one that can cut something well. It's one that's sharp, right? It's not about the size of the knife or something like that, right? It's about how sharp it is. So it's a similar thing with humans, right? Humans are created to participate in goodness. They're created to participate in God. So when a human is good is when a human is participating in the image of God in which they're made in. So when someone chooses to not participate in the image of God in which they're made, they then are no longer acting towards the goal, the end goal in which God has created them. So that's what we mean by when we say someone's a bad human or someone's in hell. There's a sense in which they're not actually doing what's proper to what God created them for.
Right, but what would be like considered a bad human? Would you say you were basing it off the New Testament or the Old Testament? And if the people of the Old Testament were following the Old Testament, which at that point would have been the only one, now would you look back at them and be like, well, they're actually bad because they did some things that now we would consider questionable, like
Well, all humans save Christ and his mother are considered to be bad humans. Now, what that means is that there is a sense in which they are not doing what's proper to their nature. That's what it means to be a bad human, right? Because as I said, when a knife is called good, it's because it's sharp, right? The same way when a human is called good, it's because they're actually cooperating with the image of God in which they're made. So and that's cooperating, and St. John of Damascus speaks about what it means to be made in the image of God is to be rational, right? So when we're actually participating in our rationality, it's because we're using the rational mind that God has given us to actually grow in knowledge of him and grow in wisdom, and to grow in virtue through Christ. So specifically, when we say that someone in the Old Testament was a bad human, it's because there's a sense in which their nature is not reflecting that of Christ.
But say they did follow everything that was in the Bible, but we're at a perspective of where we are now, and we were look back at that. Would you say some of the things that they did, even though they were following the Bible, were like questionable, or you'd like, well, that's not much
No, that's not.
acceptable now?
So what a bad human is specifically, I'm not just talking about moral badness, right?
Okay.
Because there, like when we speak about morality, that's the Bible perfectly defines, like in our position, perfectly defines what morality is. So obviously, if someone perfectly follows the moral code of the Bible, then they would be reflecting that of Christ perfectly, the nature of Christ perfectly. But there's no one save Christ and his mother who perfectly reflect the commandments of Christ. So that's the point. So when we say that there's no one in the Old Testament who read the Old Testament and perfectly followed it.
Right, but in a question, does in the Bible say like somebody that is not what we would consider an adult now having a child at a very young age would be like a bad thing?
Well, it depends on what you mean by a very young age, because um in that time period as well, like the if we read 1 Corinthians 7, it speaks about how I think is it verse, so it speaks about what it means to um here 30 yeah, I believe it's yeah, I can pull up this verse really quick, one sec. 1 Corinthians 7
No
speaks
problem.
about, though, how one has to be finished with puberty in order for you to marry them. So now it's not necessarily going to be like the legal age of America today, obviously, because the lifespans of humans were shorter, right? So it's the reality of it, right? Like most humans today live till they're like 75, right? So if a child doesn't, if someone doesn't, sorry, not a child, if a human doesn't have kids till they're 35, then they might be fine. They might be able to eventually do that, but um, within that time period, people didn't live long, right? Um, that's what the difference would be. But the Bible sets the standard that one has to be finished with puberty in order for you to marry them.
But wouldn't that technically be about like 18, like by the time somebody finishes puberty?
Not necessarily, not in all instances. But in some instances, yeah.
Right, because I was just questioning that because like it says apparently, not that we know exactly, but apparently Mary would have been around
Mary
like
was a
12
virgin for
to
her whole life.
16.
Mary
Yes, but she
Mary's
would
a
have,
virgin her whole life, yeah.
and she had a child
What? Yeah.
at would have been such a really young
Well,
age.
there's no like historical justification that like she was just 16, but even still, she didn't have intercourse.
Yes, but my thing is like if God could do anything, why not bring himself into existence without needing to be birthed, not just
Well, because then
appear?
he wouldn't be truly human.
But why would that matter if he is God and he is all
Yeah,
powerful?
well, he
Wouldn't
didn't
he be
bring
able to
himself into
defy
existence.
logics?
No, I don't believe God defies logic.
But if he's all powerful, he wouldn't he be able to, you know?
No, because power speaks about what is like metaphysically possible, right? So if I say I have the power to do something, there's an intrinsic capacity in which I can do that said thing, right? But like a contradiction isn't something that has a intrinsic capacity to obtain. Like for example, I can't there's not a time where there's no world in which at 5 o'clock on Wednesday I could go to the mall and go to church at the same time in the same respect, right? Because that would just be a contradiction, right? Or like there's no time where I can be wearing a shoe on my left foot and not wearing a shoe on my left foot at the same time in the same respect. Those aren't things that can be done. So when we say God's all powerful, we're not saying that he can do things that aren't capable of being done.
So he can't?
What do you mean? So could God take on like the form of a human without being born? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, he could take on the form, but he wouldn't take on the nature.
But my thing would be like, how not? If there he is supposed to have no limitation to anything at all, yet he's limited still by rules and
No,
logic.
that's not what I said. Logic isn't a set of rules, right? But that's not even the logic. Is just like, it's a method of like the formal system of reason, right? Or sorry, um of like inference essentially, right? Or argumentation.
Right.
But the point is that things that like a contradiction is not something that can be done, right? That's what I mean. So the law of non-contradiction is a law of logic. It's not restricting God. God is consistent with that. That thing is grounded within God. But the point is that it's not a thing that can be done. Like there's no like God taking on a human nature and having a shoe on his left foot and not having a shoe on his left foot at the same time isn't an action that can be done. That's not a thing that can obtain. God doesn't have the power to do things that can't obtain.
That's a bit confusing. I'm sorry.
What's confusing about that? Whether God can't do
Well,
contradictions?
Well, yeah, that's a bit confusing to me because if I was to say, be like, I can do all, there is nothing that I cannot do. I can do all.
Well, contradictions
And
aren't
somebody
things
be
that
like,
can be done. That's the point. When God says he can do all, that encompasses all things that can be done. That doesn't encompass things that can't be done.
but wouldn't you say it's subjective what can and cannot be done? Some people may say,
No, it's not subjective.
like the possibility of somebody be like, oh, nobody can bring somebody back to life and
Well,
let
that's
them
not,
live for
no, that's
hundreds of
different
years.
because there's no contradiction with that. Look, what the difference is that contradictions aren't things that can be done. That's not a subjective criteria. There's no world in which I can wear a shoe on my left foot and not wear a shoe on my left foot at the same time, right? So if God says he can do all things, does that mean he can wear a shoe on his left foot and not wear a shoe on his left foot at the same time?
I genuinely don't know if I could answer that. I'm sorry.
No, well, look, the point is that contradictions aren't things that can be done. They're not a thing. They're just like linguistic. They're just a statement. They're not something that's possible. Like omnipotence is saying God can do all things possible.
Actually, wait, that kind of does make a bit of sense. Okay.
Yeah, so like that's what I mean. So when we say that the reason that Christ became man in such a humble way by being born of a virgin is because one, it's to perfect the human nature, right? Humanity was sinful, and there was this privation that we kind of had went over. There was a wedge between man and God. Man is no longer united with God because of their sin. So God himself takes on human nature to reconcile it back to himself. He takes on human nature in order to restore it so he can unite humanity to himself once again. That's why he was born in such a humble manner. That's why he actually truly became man. And Saint Athanasius says, that which was not assumed within the incarnation was not healed. Everything about me is sinful, right? I have a sinful soul. I have a sinful body. If Christ doesn't take on a human soul and a human body to reconcile me back to God, then I can't be healed of those things. Right? So Christ truly assumed everything about my human nature besides the sin that I have. So he takes on the human soul, he takes on the human body, and he restores those things back to the image of God in which it's perfectly intended for. Because the image of God is Christ. That's what Colossians 1:15 says. It says that Christ is the perfect image of the invisible God. And we were created in the image of Christ, but we forsook that image. We corrupted that image.
Weren't we made in the image of God, not Christ?
Christ is God.
Yes, but Christ would be his human incarnation, not his original form.
Christ is the person. When we say Jesus, we're talking about the person, not just his human nature.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions, man?
Let's see. I have two, but I don't know if I have enough. If I have enough. If like you have enough time.
Yeah.
To
You
take
can.
on both.
Yeah, I don't mind. Go ahead. But
okay.
After this, I'm probably gonna end. So.
Okay. My first question would be why does God say that he is jealous? In Exodus 34:14, God declares himself as a jealous God. He says, for you shall worship no other God, for the Lord whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Why does he say that?
So jealousy is this is another type of like anthropomorphism, right? It's another type of like human hyperbolic language. But what he means by he's jealous is that he desires these people to only worship him because he knows that the worship towards other gods is directed towards a sinful end. So for example, if your parent says that they're jealous of you in the sense that they're jealous that they don't want you to, like, out of love for you, because they don't want you to go off and like do like shrugs or something. I can't say that word on TikTok. Right? They're saying that, oh, they're jealous if you go and give your attention to someone who's like a shrug dealer, right? Right? They're jealous of you giving your attention to them rather than themselves because they have a greater purpose for you than that person does, because they're a bad influence on you or something. So what it means is that, like, false gods, right, that are worshipped are they're inspired by demons, right? They're not actually real things. So when you give your attention and your praise to idols, you're taking your focus off of the one who can actually cleanse you, the one who can actually purify you. So God's jealous because he desires your attention to be focused on him because he's actually able to save you. But these idols aren't. But it's not out of like envy, right? He's not envious of you. But he's jealous out of his love for you.
But my thing would be, why does he have to describe himself as jealous? Why can't he simply project like his true meaning in like a greater form? Because yes, we're not going to speak on contradictions, but like, if he can do the possible, not the impossible, wouldn't you say that being able to find a different form of expressing himself in, say, a different language, or in like a spiritual way, or like in a dream, like show what he truly means, rather than be like, I am jealous? He could have expressed it in
Well, he
thousands of
did.
different ways.
The context explains it. When he says that he's a jealous God, he's talking about people giving their serving to idols, right? Like, he's talking about people serving false gods, right? And you can see the reason that he's jealous is because if you take the example of the people worshiping Baal, right? When they were worshiping Baal, they they were literally sacrificing animals, or sorry, not animals. They were sacrificing children, right? Sacrificing children to a false god that can't save them. That doesn't even exist, right? So what he's saying is, rather than you corrupting the image of God and distorting it and sacrificing children, right, the people that are made in his own image, the rational creatures that he made, to beings that don't exist, he's saying he's jealous in the sense that they're getting the attention. This worship is being directed towards people that can't save them. He's saying he wishes he was able to save these people if he wishes they would cooperate with him. That's what he's saying. He's jealous of that. But it's not, as I said, jealousy and envy aren't necessarily the same thing.
I mean, but they're almost very closely related.
No, because envy is saying, like in this sense, envy is saying you want what someone else has, right? That it's saying you're
yes.
But jealousy is speaking about, like in this sense, it's speaking about him desiring, rather than these people giving their attention to these idols which don't exist. He's saying he's jealous in the sense that, or he desires, that their worship be towards him.
So he is envious that the worship is not coming towards him.
Well, no,
that
as
it's
I
rather
said,
going into
jealousy and
a
envy
dead
aren't the
end.
same thing.
But yeah, they're not the exact same thing, but they're very closely related in like retrospect, like in norms.
In like colloquially, sure, like within like common speech, but like definitionally they're not.
I guess that does stand.
Yeah.
Because in different ways every word can be used differently. For like example, like buffalo could stand for like the
city
animal and also a whole bunch of other different things.
Yeah.
My final question is, do you believe that God made everything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The good, the bad, the
bad
evil, the sinful. Would you say cancer is bad?
Cancer isn't a thing, right? Cancer is a privation. So this is kind of like what we were going over before. So
cancer is a thing.
No,
it's
not.
your cells.
So,
but it
cancer
is. It's
no, it's not a thing in the sense that it doesn't have any positive existence, right? Like if you take an example like what cancer is literally like your cells being corrupted, right?
Yes.
That's what disease is. Disease is a privation. It's not something that has an independent existence. It's not something that really exists. It's the lack of health. If I say I feel sick today, sickness isn't a thing. I'm saying I'm not healthy today. I feel unwell today. Right? Just like the same way if I back away from a fire, the coldness isn't a thing on its own. The coldness is just the experience that I have from backing away from the fire. So people get diseases and these things when they turn away from God. God didn't cause cancer. God didn't create cancer. God didn't create evil because evil isn't a thing. These are all lacks of goodness. They're all a lack of something. Just like darkness isn't actually something that's real. It's just the lack of light.
When you mean darkness, do you mean black or do you just mean like pure absence of
like just absence of light?
Pure like that would be more like blindness, like true blindness. That would be like that. It'd be like the example would be like look through your elbow. Well, kind of, but darkness and black would be kind of close together, and black is not the absence of light, it's more of the absorption of light because it's just so dark that it absorbs light.
I'm speaking about let's say like if you turn off the lights in your room, the reason it's dark is not because of some other substance, right? Or it has less light. It's because it has less light in it, right?
Yes.
Right. That's the point. So that's what I mean. If someone turns away from God and God is the true life, then this is why people experience sickness and disease. It's not because of another substance that causes them.
Sorry. I would say to that, like, I just don't get that because of the simple fact that, like, turning away from God would cause sickness, yet some people devote themselves to God and still end up
It's
becoming
because we live in
sick
a fallen
of like
world.
this or that or this or that or that or this.
It's because we live in a fallen world. The reason that these things happen in the first place is because of the fall. Like it's because of people turning away from God. Now, not every instance of someone having a disease is God like punishing them, right? But the instances where people have diseases is because of the fall. People turned away from God, and that corrupted earth. That corrupted the nature that we have, and that causes these things. So we still have these consequences from this.
Yeah, but it just also doesn't make sense because it's all loving, yet I made like cancers, I made
He didn't make cancer.
like,
That's the point.
but it is a thing that exists.
No, it's
Cancer
not.
is a thing. It's not like the absence or like the lack of health. It is a literal thing that we can
Cancer
take
isn't.
out of a person and hold in our hands.
No, cancer is not a real substance. It's a disease which is a privation of well-being. That's what a disease is. It's a privation of health. So that's what we mean by a privation. Cancer isn't a real like existing thing in terms of its end.
I mean, cancer is actually like a thing.
Cancer
We
is a
can see it.
disease. No one's saying you
No,
can't see
yes,
it.
but it is a thing. Like like for example, masses. Like when you get like a cancerous mass, we can literally take that out and see it. If it wasn't a thing, it
Yeah,
was just the absence
I'm
of
aware of
health,
that.
it wouldn't be there.
That's not no. So a privation isn't just the absence of something. That's not what I mean. So I'm just saying a privation is when it's like it's when you it's when something is directed towards like a distorted end. So that's what a privation is. So like God is good and bad, like evil is going to be the lack of that. So evil isn't like a real existing thing. Now that doesn't mean we can't see instances of evil in the world, right? But that doesn't mean that it would just mean that evil isn't something that exists. It's not a real thing. So like when you say cancer, you can see it or like you can hold a cancerous mass. That's not telling me that cancer is a real thing insofar as it's not a privation. It's just telling me that there's an instance in which this privation has been observable in the world.
So the absence of some good is what we are seeing.
Yeah. The absence of the true life, which is Christ, yeah.
Yet that would lack because if there is so many Christians, which there's supposed to be like at least what, like I think it's
Well, there's
the
still
second or
consequences.
first most followed religion. We have so much like what would be considered people trying to follow
Well, it's
Christ,
not
yet there's
like
still as much bad or even more.
yeah, well, because not only that, but just because someone follows Christ doesn't mean they're sinless. I mean, that's the first thing. So, but the other thing is that following Christ doesn't negate the consequences of the fall. Like for example, the only thing that like when on this earth that we're cleansed of is the original sin in which we have, right? The personal sin and the original sin that we have, right? So the only things that we can be cleansed of on this earth. So we're not cleansed of the consequences, and the reason why is because those are only things that pertain to salvation. Those are only things that pertain to moral culpability. So like for example, if a woman has if a woman is like an addict, right? And she's pregnant and she is taking like substances while she's pregnant. Then the child will inherit certain consequences from that action, from her taking substances while she's pregnant, right? So
Right.
that's like an example. Like there's many examples where children are born as addicts because of what the substances that their parents took while they were pregnant. So the consequence of the fall comes from Adam and Eve doing a sinful action. Now we don't inherit their personal sin, but we inherit the consequences and the corruption that they received from it.
Wouldn't their children have inherited that?
Yeah, their children and their children's children and their children's children as well.
Yes, but some people are born, like for example, say there is a person born that is like has like a disability, and they have a child with somebody that does not have a disability. Their child will come out with a bit of the disability, but not as much. But then if they have another child with another normal person, then their child will come out even less with it. And as it continues going on, the disability will gradually like fade almost
Well,
completely
that would
out
only
of
be
it.
the case if the people that came after, like, well, I mean, it wouldn't really change anything because sin is still something that it needs to be like actually it needs to be eradicated, right? It needs to be like
But
the consequence is that we still have this like um we have like this debt towards God, right? But the point is that um like in the analogy, obviously it's not sufficient for like to prove the whole lineage point. But the point of the analogy, like if even if you take that example, humans progressively become more sinful, right? So like um in that example where Adam and Eve have children, their children commit sin, and their sins that they committed were progressively more immoral than what Adam and Eve did, as well as their children afterwards.
right, but they were all cleansed from the earth at some
Hmm.
point
Yeah,
because
and
of the
then
great
those people
flood.
continue to sin.
They were all eradicated, and
Hmm.
only the good were left, which was Noah and his family.
Yeah, but Noah
If
wasn't
there was no
sinless
more, so God, but didn't God choose him because of his like
because he willed to follow
virtue?
God. Yeah.
But wouldn't you say there was still at least maybe hundreds of people that also willed to follow God?
Um, in that time period, no.
So let's say that out of like, there was like 10 million. Out of 10 million, God could only find one man, his wife, and like four children.
Yeah,
Out
around
of
there. Yeah.
all of them, he could only find that tiny selective group of people. Not even
Well, that would be
at
the
least
justification for why God
200.
flooded the earth, right? If he could only find those set of people. That's literally what Genesis 6 says. It says that the thoughts of men and their actions, all they did was evil, and all they thought about was evil every day, all the time. Every thought of man was evil. There wasn't one thought they had that was good.
Hmm. Right, but then what is that? What does it say about how it describes how God reacted to that? How did he feel from that.
Yeah, are you talking about like when it says that God regretted like creating them?
I think so, but like I mean, like more or less, it's like if is when you were reading and it said, all man thought about was sinful and stuff. Wouldn't it have a part where it describes how God felt over this?
Yeah, it just says that like God was disappointed with their actions, and then He flooded them because of it, because He was like not just out of like disappointment, but out of cleansing the earth of their sin. It's sin, right?
Yes, but he felt disappointment. Yet again, he's using an analogy of like feeling to describe how
Yeah,
he
because
felt.
God is so
Why
beyond
would
our
he feel
comprehension.
disappointed?
God is so beyond our comprehension that we can't actually know the mind of God, save the way in which He like analogically explains things to us.
If he's so out of comprehension, then how do we know that we are following the Bible exactly how he wishes for us to follow
Because He
it and not
became man and
following it as
explained us how we're meant
interpreting?
to follow Him.
Yes, but wasn't the Bible written about hundreds of years after his death?
No.
One second.
The Bible was canonized hundreds of years after His death.
Yes, but it was passed down orally for
No, it was
hundreds
written.
of years before it was written down.
No, it was written down. It was passed down orally as well, but it was written down, within the first century. The whole Bible was written within the first century. The whole New
10
Testament.
to 60 years after his death.
The concluding book of the Gospel was written in 90 AD. Or the concluding book of the New Testament was written in 90 AD.
Right. But still, that leaves at least 60 years of some details being left out. Because would you say that you could remember 60 years, like something that happened 60 years ago, and remember exactly how somebody spoke something to you?
If God really wanted me to, yeah.
If he really wanted you to? What do you mean by that?
If God really wanted me to be able to remember something 60 years from now, don't you think He's capable of doing that? Like allowing me to remember that?
Yes, but at that same logic, why not just make the book appear yourself? You know?
Because He wants people to He wants to actually express the human perspective of the way in which Christ lived. Not just like
Then he could have had somebody write. Go
not
ahead.
yeah, but it's not just a way of just like God just like speaking about like how good of a human He was, but actually the perspective of um the other people around Him seeing how perfect He was and seeing the moral example that He is.
Right, then why did he not have somebody write it down as he spoke?
Yeah, they did.
It says it was the book was written 10 to 60 years after his death.
The whole book was written at that point, but that doesn't mean they didn't take notes or something at that time.
The earliest writings, especially the epistles, letters of the Apostle Paul, were written 50 to 65 AD, which I wouldn't know how long that would have been between his death and life.
When, what does AD mean?
Huh?
What does AD mean?
In the biblical sense, or in like the just like time sense?
In any sense.
Well, it does have two meanings. Like, there's the biblical version, which would be, I think, uh, I, uh, I don't exactly remember, but I mean, there's the AD, and for in the biblical sense, and then there's just a different one. But if you know what it means, you could tell me. I don't mind learning what it means.
Yeah, Angler, we're gonna say?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I got bored. What was being said?
Oh yeah, he said you said you got bored. He said like explain what AD means.
Oh, okay. Well, you were asking. You were getting confused as to how long after Christ. He said 50 AD. Right?
Yeah, he said after Christ's death.
Oh, yeah.
It would be like 20 something years.
Yeah. So what was the argument?
I think the topic is just like when the Gospels are written.
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay.
Yeah, but like I said, the concluding Gospel was written in 90 AD, and not Gospel. The
Book of the
last
Bible.
book of the New Testament was written in 90 AD. And that as well was not just, it wasn't just about like a historical documentation of the gospel that was written really late. It was a vision that John had that he wrote about, and it was like recent.
John? Oh, yes, John. Sorry, I forgot who John was for a second. Oof. No, yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I'm probably gonna end live now. I appreciate you coming up. I enjoyed the discussion for sure. Are you like a, I want to clear, are you like an atheist? Do you believe in God or?
I don't believe. I mean, I don't. I wouldn't mind having proof. So I guess you could say I'm more agnostic because there's a possibility that I could believe in God. It's just it would have to be evidence to prove his existence.
All right, man. Well, drop me a follow. I might be on live later today or tomorrow. If you want to come up, then you can. We can continue the discussion, or if you have any questions or anything.
That sounds good.
Yeah, for sure, man. God bless.